Good morning. My name is Thomas Redman, and I live at 1867 Shannon Street in Palm Bay. I'm currently living in Palm Bay taking care of a relative, but I'm a long time, my whole life, Volusia County resident, graduate of Stetson, et cetera, and that's why I'm here to address you on this issue. I know in the past I've addressed this council on this issue numerous times in numerous different ways, and some of those I wish that I could do over. Some of those I'm very proud of. I will simply say this. I believe that what we need is something that serves the homeless population of Volusia County. We need the most cost-effective method that has national best practices attached to it and measurable outcomes. Unfortunately, the First Step plan is not that. I provided everybody at the table a copy of the letter from National Homeless Expert Mr. Ian DeYoung. I also included a letter from the National Coalition for the Homeless, and there's been many opinions that this is not a good model. I think with some tweaking, this could be a good model. There are problems with the model that for some reason can't seem to be fettered out. But here's what I ask. We must apply our money to good solutions. And we can't depend on advice of people with a good heart that are not qualified. That's really my major concern. Other people can't stand at this podium. I won't speak for other groups and what they'd like, what the Volusia Commission has recommended. It's public record in the newspaper, what the Continuum of Care has recommended. All those things are public record. I won't speak for those people. But I will just say this, I don't know anybody that's in the homeless solutions business that thinks this is a good plan. If it's a jail diversion shelter, it's a great plan. And I would fully support it if it were being touted as a jail diversion shelter to save jail costs, because it's not going to serve the homeless. My main concern as a homeless advocate is this. The reason the city of Daytona Beach is here today, Mayor Henry, in my eyes, is because they believe that criminalization is the way to solve homelessness. And this shelter will make them Pottinger compliant. It will give them more arrest abilities with less litigation issues. Now, I'm not going to tell you what Mayor Henry's mindset is, but I know this solution's not a good one. So I only ask you do one thing. Make sure that whatever you fund is a good solution for the homeless citizens and not $800,000 in salaries for people that need jobs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Redman. Brandy White, you're up. Brandy White.
Brandy White, Deltona, District 5. I come before you for two reasons. The main one was recently we had a resident struck by a car, Lake Helen Osteen Road in Catalina. Our city has put in sidewalks down Catalina, Hallover, Captain, our main areas, but we're missing a long, important stretch of Lake Helen Osteen Road. Sorry, I'm out of breath running here. It came to my attention that that stretch of road belongs to the county, and that's why there's not a sidewalk. There's even a bus stop in this section that I'm going to ask you to consider putting a sidewalk in at. We need a sidewalk down Lake Helen Osteen Road from about Hallover to Captain. There's not very many houses, so you won't have to disrupt many lawns. There's even a section where a church already has part of a sidewalk put in. But I don't think it should take another tragedy that can be prevented before we get a sidewalk out there. I've been recently looking into our city budget and things, and so I know the amount of money and revenue that we bring to the county, so I don't feel that maintaining and updating the roads within our city would be too much to ask. The second thing is some residents have brought forward to our city commission a complaint about a commissioner who had an unlicensed business within our city. We do not feel that our Manager Jane Shang has taken that seriously and has properly investigated it. We do have plenty of documentation of proof of the claim. We had the mayor himself confirm that he has been mowing lawns in the city for years. And it came to my attention that even though our city is failing to do anything about this, that the county also has jurisdiction when it comes to unlicensed businesses. So if anybody wants to reach out to me for that documentation, hold a meeting, call, email, I'm available. My information's on that slip of paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandy. Okay. Is there anyone else?
No, sir, no slips.
That's it?
For now, yes, sir.
Okay. At this point, we will go ahead and close, I guess, the public participation, and we will be back here at 10 o'clock to begin the meeting. Thank you very much.
Hey, howdy guys. You got everything? We passed this out. Okay, this
Yeah.
is the thing that he gave. So this is,
Yeah.
and everything else I know, I think we got in front of everybody.
I understand that what he's going to make is that 8-page presentation.
You want us to put this up on the screen?
I only understood that's from what it said. Sorry, I was just tied up. Nobody
That's
said.
why,
That's why I had to press it.
we didn't get it.
I went someplace that said open me or file me or something. I hit something that says you can't access it, and I got already locked out.
So I got this,
week.
and if you need us to do something,
I think what we need to do is have an understanding of what Derek is planning to present.
well, why don't we try?
I don't think that's what we're going to, I made it very clear to him on what I was expecting, and he won't be like PowerPoint to PowerPoint to PowerPoint. If it is, it's.
Well, we
I
can
want-
take, why don't we do this, if we don't catch him before, why don't we take a break for a couple minutes and talk to him?
Okay.
So we make sure.
I'm gonna talk.
Give you this.
I'm gonna talk to Jim. Are we on? Good morning. It is 10 o'clock. We'll call the meeting to order. And thank you all for being here, and we appreciate that. And this morning we will have the invocation given by Pastor Ron Marchant of the Seventh-day Adventist Church in DeBerry, Orange City, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Would you please stand, please?
Let us pray. Our Father in heaven, today I thank you for another day of life. Today I thank you for all of our men and women in the military who are serving this country in different parts of this world to ensure our freedoms right here. Watch over them, protect them, and bless them, I pray. Lord, I thank you for all of our first responders here in this county. Be with them day by day as they do their best to ensure our safeties. And Lord, right now as this county council goes into session, may you give each member wisdom and understanding. There are some issues to be discussed, today. And it's my prayer that every decision that is made here today and at any time will always be for the good, the betterment of this county and of all the communities that are represented here. Lord, I thank you for your presence. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Wonderful blessing. Thank you so much.
Here we have the roll call, please.
Yes, sir. Ms. Denny's?
Here.
Mr. Lowry?
Here.
Mr. Patterson?
Here.
Ms. Post?
Here.
Ms. Wheeler?
Here.
Ms. Cusack?
Present.
Mr. Kelly?
Here.
All present.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone who wishes to comment or pull any item on the consent agenda? Hearing none, do I hear a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second, Wheeler.
Motion seconded by Wheeler, made by Reverend Lowry. Without objection, the motion will pass. We'll move to item 1 on the airport services, and this is a, sorry. I've got to go past that one. We'll go to item 2. This is on the ECHO grants, and we have some information for us.
Correct. Good morning, Chairman, members of the council. I'm Carmen Hall, Operations Manager for Community Services Department. Today I have Damian Richards with me. He's the chairman of the ECHO Advisory Committee, and he is going to be presenting the fiscal year 2016-17 ECHO grant recommendations.
Thank you.
Morning, Chairman, Council.
Morning.
How are we doing this morning? This year, we had several applicants that came in. Most of them, I'm not sure if everybody's familiar with how it works, but basically if we score above it, the highest and lowest thrown out. Everything above 80 is recommended, anything below. We had, I believe it was 6 grants that were above the 80%, and then we had 2 that were not. Total requested amount of funding right now is $1,614,846. I'm here to answer any questions, go through any of the process, any of the applications, anything you guys need.
I think it's all pretty straightforward. Does anyone have any questions? Oh, Ms. Dennis.
Thank you. And this was the first year that our ECHO board actually made site visits. You didn't just look at the paper applications.
That is correct. I was going to give a little bit after this, but this was the first year we had the ability to do that. We didn't get the bus we've been trying to get, where everybody gets to ride together, but we all had a nice little carpool going down there, and it was very much needed. It gives everybody the ability to see with their eyes, specifically some of the projects that we've already awarded funds to see the whole process as it comes out, to see every aspect of it. Plus, we have a lot of different people that are on the board, so getting to hear their questions out there at the site, whether it's the engineer or people along those lines, it gives the whole board a better picture of what's going on.
And some of the input that I received back from some ECHO board members was that it gave them a whole new perspective on not just what was written in the paper application, but what was happening on site. And some of the projects looked a whole lot better than what the application said, and some were a little weaker, actually, when you went to the site and tried to connect the dots. So you're to be congratulated. I think that's a great process and served our community very well.
Well, thank you. I'd like to thank staff and Assistant Attorney as well for helping out, because it's one of these struggles. We've been trying for a little bit, but the Sunshine Law obviously puts a lot of restrictions on us, and that was the biggest problem we had. So we're able to work it out this year, and hopefully we'll be able to do it again next year.
Wonderful. With that, I'd like to make a motion of approval for the award of the 2016-2017 ECHO grants as presented to council in the agenda item.
I second.
Second. Mr. Patterson. Ms. Weaver.
I just am curious, the two that didn't qualify, what do they need to do, or what did they lack not getting on that list?
Sure, I can only speak to the sentiment of the board, not my personal, but, or the committee. Well, basically it was, one, the Daytona project. We felt that the overall feeling was that it was in 3 or 4 phases. This was the first more of an infrastructure. I have a feeling if it would have came for the 3rd phase, where everything was already laid out and it was the outdoor portion of it, which would go to the O for ECHO, that probably would have boosted the scores up to where it needed to be. The other one was the Marine Center, which unfortunately I believe, were just before you about a month or so ago. So the issue we had with that was they changed the scope of it because X amount of dollars were allocated. They couldn't fit within that budget. So they just went through that, and now they're back asking again and still didn't have the certainties in place. So from our standpoint, let's finish that one. Let's see what it is, and if we can get some certainties on the specific buildings and costs, that would probably help out on that.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, any objection? Without objection, the motion will pass. We'll move to item,
Thank you.
maybe. We'll move to item 3.
Mr. Irvin?
Good morning. Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. Today before you, we have a request for direction. This is pertaining to a rezoning application we submitted to the City of Daytona Beach Shores.
Can we have the chambers quiet, please? I know you don't realize it, but I guess there's a little echo or quite a bit of noise that comes from that. Thank you.
Once again, this is regarding 2 applications for rezoning we submitted to the City of Daytona Beach Shores back in June of 2016. As part of the rezoning request, we had to submit site plans that identified what we were going to be doing with the property. What we were hoping to do is rezone the property to a designation that would allow for a park and parking facilities to be located on the east side of A1A. The whole point of doing this was providing for alternatives for beach parking, so that way we have and expand our ability of getting access to the beach. The original site plans included a variety of amenities, including a bathroom, showers, and a walkway type of facility. Part of the comments that we received from the city staff in July indicated some concerns with consistency with their comprehensive plan, but also looking at the site plan, they looked at some of the errors that we felt weren't necessarily there. They were saying it was more of a parking lot and not enough of a park. So what we've been doing since then has been working with the city to come up to what exactly is a park versus a parking lot. In order to accommodate some of their concerns, we revised the plans. I'd like to kind of step through what we're doing here and kind of illustrate the changes we've made. The first one is pertaining to the lot that's proposed to be located at 3167 South Atlantic Avenue. As you can see from the aerial, this property is located south of where the drive-in church is located. John, if we could go on to the next slide, please. This was the original site plan that was submitted to the City of Daytona Beach Shores. As you can see in the center, towards the east side is top of the page is where we have the shower and those amenities, as well as a walkway and then access to the beach, landscaping, and parking islands. we could go to the next one, please. This is where we've reduced the amount of parking, increased the amount of green space, added amenities that include like a covered pavilion, some exercise equipment, some pavilions as well, and basically decreased the amount of impervious, increased the amount of amenities in order to, again, meet more towards their desire for a park-type setting. The next site, if we could go to that. It's located at 3621 South Atlantic Avenue. This is just north of Dahlia. There's an existing beach ramp there. What we were hoping to do there, and John, if we could go to the original site plan. This again shows you that we have a bathroom facility, open space, access to the beach, and parking. We have modified that again in a similar fashion by decreasing the amount of parking, increasing the green space, adding amenities. Again, this one has a proposed playground, has other amenities such as a pavilion and barbecue areas. In net, what we were seeing is that originally we were going to maximize at 190 spaces. We've reduced that by 27, so we are now at 163 spaces between the two locations. What we are seeking for here is direction from the council. Since you all were part of the original application process, we wanted to make sure that we were going forward consistent with your goals in regards to provision of beach parking. So what we are looking for you today is basically indicate whether we should continue on with the plans that were originally submitted in June or go forward with the revised plans that we're presenting to you today.
Ms. Cusack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was wondering, what is the cost now per parking space? Since we are eliminating some of the spaces, and we're also adding other amenities, that must be an increase in cost.
Yes, ma'am. And we don't have a specific number now because we haven't been able to price out exactly all the equipment. But basically, when you lose 27 spaces, you are increasing the cost per space because we are decreasing it. And it, candidly, I can't give you a specific. I can just give you a magnitude of around $6,000 to maybe $10,000.
We can get that number back for you, maybe even later yet today.
I would like to have that number before I could make an informed decision about going forth with this recommendation based on the fact that, according to staff, you do have some objections to going forth. You're trying to be amenable to the city to cooperate with them, but at what cost are we doing that?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Wheeler.
Yes. I do appreciate coming back with the second plan. I was a city commissioner in the Shores when this was purchased, and I know I wasn't happy with just having a parking lot, that I really felt that we needed the amenities. I have talked with the city on several occasions, and I truly feel that this would be something good for the city to have. I know that their idea is that they don't need the extra parking. That's one of the things, and I can tell you they do. Easter Sunday, when all of the cars were not allowed to be on the beach because of the high tide, there was not a parking spot around. I'm sure they were using Publix and everything else. I feel that this would be used, but the added park makes it a little bit more agreeable, and there lies my second thought. I want to make sure that when we look at properties in the cities, that we are fully aware of whether they are designated in their comp plans or their code or whatever, that we're not upsetting the apple cart. I know the Shores has very little beachfront property left, and there's really no place else to develop. So this did take something off their tax rolls that was pretty significant. And I would just like us to be very conscious of that, and, you know, what we can do to help. I think this is the best of the plans, and let's see if there was anything else I needed. Oh, and also, I'm just, as a personal request, I would really like for us to even reconsider any thoughts of purchasing any more property in the shores due to the same reasons that I spoke before. We just don't have that much left beachside, and we can't go deep west because not all of the west side of A1A is even in the shores. Part of it's Daytona, part of it's the county, and so I would just respectfully ask that.
Ms. Dennis?
Thank you. This is an interesting situation, especially going to be based on the presentation coming after us. Our original request and the purpose of buying this is for parking, beach parking. And the original site plan that came to us was for 190 sites. It's been decreased to 163. That's a decrease of 27. What's so intriguing about that number is that's the number we demanded from the Westin in parking in this next proposal. So we're going to demand it in one position, but we're going to ignore it in the next. So if our goal is for beach access and beach parking, and we're paying a lot of money for this off-beach parking, to decrease it by the same amount, we're going to increase it in the next one. Just sometimes doesn't make a lot of walking around sense. So here's my struggle. Here's the reality of it. The first site plan that came before us, we were asked to take a look at it again. And then in between that, somehow a JPA was written. And with all the attention that has received, the truth of it is that JPA from the shores was presented to the county manager before it went to their city commission. So it wasn't until after everything else hit and we said, you know, we're going to go forward, then that JPA, then they took it for a vote. So it's kind of backwards. This whole thing has been backwards from the beginning. Here's my struggle. We're going to, the bottom line is, Mr. Eckert and Mr. Manager, I think we're going to end up in court either way with this. We're going to end up in court. So why would we have fewer parking spots if the conclusion is going to be the same as it was in the beginning and we have legal standing? So I guess, council, that's my struggle. If our goal is to provide parking, beach parking, why would we decrease at 27 here, but yet demand that from the Westin, the 27? I mean, that's a wash. You've got to convince me of that, because right now, I am inclined to go back to the original site plan and maximize the parking. That's what we're here to do. The amenities are nice, but our position here is beach parking. And just as Councilwoman Wheeler said, we were at capacity everywhere on Easter Sunday. There are things that we can't control, such as the high tide and other issues, but these type of parking, off-beach and beach parking, allows us to keep access to the beach open. So, Mr. Eckert, I really need you to weigh in here, because this is going to go to court either way. So why do we not maximize our potential?
Because we're trying to make this as much like what the Shores has approved in the past. The law which we believe the court will apply is developed in a case involving the state and the city of Temple Terrace, which provides for a balancing of interest where a senior government seeks to site a facility within a municipality in that case. And in this case, the law in Florida since that case is that the court would apply a balancing of interest test. And we believe that your position is strengthened in that in any such litigation. We hope there won't be, because we believe that we conform to the city's comprehensive plan and zoning regulations. But should we confront that circumstance, we believe your position would be strengthened if it is like what the Shores has approved in the past.
Well, it's a 15% decrease, so I'd like to hear what the rest of my colleagues have to say before.
Dr. Lowry?
Oh, thanks, sir. I kind of feel the same way. I don't understand why we're losing the number of parking spots. I mean, especially, I got kind of tickled. I saw someone had posted a picture on Facebook of one of our parking lots empty and made a big deal about it. They obviously didn't follow up that picture on Easter weekend because we were packed to the max in all the parking lots. It matters to me because if I drive my Jeep, I'm ready to drive on the beach. If I drive my wife's little car, I ain't going down there, you know. So it really helps out. Yeah, I really, I guess if there's a consistency in the past, I would be okay with that. But to lose 20 some?
27.
27 spots, that's a lot, especially on days when you really need it. I would tend to lean toward maximizing the parking. Mr. Irvin, how much of our beach parking spots that we've purchased in like the last, I don't know, 4 or 5 years is on the beach side of A1A versus the other side of A1A? I don't want to need an exact figure, but just kind of a random guesstimate there.
Yeah.
All
Okay.
the property was purchased, 2 parcels were purchased on the west side of A1A. One in Ormond across from the Ormond Lifeguard Station at the Cardinal location, and one in the unincorporated area south of New Smyrna at Hiles. And
Okay.
we already had a parking facility there, and we bought the lots next door to expand it.
Okay.
So those were the only 2 that were purchased west side of A1A.
So
Everything
the other
else was
ones are
oceanfront.
on the east side, because I know that someone had also brought up the fact they have to cross over, and we're buying land on the west side, which since I've come on, I don't remember buying anything on the west side. Seems like we've been buying everything on the east side, so people don't have to walk. And, you know, we have those days where we have this crazy east wind that won't quit in April. It causes those high tides, and we really need that parking. So to me, maximizing the parking makes sense. Thank you.
Just to, Ms. Dennis, you brought up the issue, and I think the attorney also referenced it. I think we're going to wind up in court on this issue. I just wonder if there might be a way that we can, because the Shore still contends that their comp plan does not allow for a parking lot in that location, I believe. Isn't that right, Clay? I think you have that information.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if they contend that we don't have the right to put a parking lot there, before we go any further, would we not be wise to explore a friendly approach to the court to see if in fact, is that possible, Mr. Eckert? Something?
Well, the courts, you're going to have to, the case law is that you have to follow through the city's process. And so we're trying to explore as friendly an approach as possible with this application. That's part of the concern that some of the members have expressed, that we should be seeking additional parking. We've accommodated ourselves to the city's desires as much as possible. We're going to, the court would not consider this in the abstract. You're going to have to go through their development process, and ultimately, the question is, first of all, we think we conform to their development regulations, and second, in applying a balancing of interest test, the court, in the Temple Terrace case, says, well, you still have to allow the senior governments to put, in that case, a group home. Prior to that, that's a modification of the law, which would say a senior government doesn't have to comply with a municipal zoning. So we're trying to be, to the concern of some of the members, we're trying to be as accommodating to the Shores as we can. We intend to go through their development process. We think we're entitled to this as a matter of right, that the city's basis is not well-founded, and we think we can establish, so there's 2 ways, in my mind, that we could win if the city sees fit not to do this. Number 1 is they're wrong on the merits, and number 2 is that we're entitled, notwithstanding their regulations, to put this in.
Well, I mean, I guess my question comes back. And of course, we don't know what action they may or may not take, I'm guessing, at this time, although it's been in our discussions that we've had and with the city manager, county manager, is that there will be a legal challenge to us going forward. Is that, if that's, and you've had
Well,
conversations with.
not if they, not if they apply their development, their regulations. If their basis, if the city's basis is that notwithstanding their regulations, that they don't want parking, notwithstanding what the regulations allow, that's not a sufficient basis to deny the development order here.
Okay, well,
And that's the basis they've articulated thus far.
okay. I'm going nowhere on this one, so, Ms. Post.
How do I follow that? All right. I'll just give my stance on this. The additional parking is definitely needed on the beach. Again, you know, we get the press releases from Beach Safety every single day where it shows how many rescues they've made that day, how many people they've attended to, you know, where the beach was closed and why, because of high tides, because of population, because of whatever. So we get that information every single day, and it is amazing to me how thorough and how busy that is. And the areas are closed for good reason on a number of occasions. So we definitely need the additional parking. I agree with that. But I also think we need to keep in mind that having, you know, just having slabs of parking lots everywhere is not good either. The aesthetics is important. So these additional things that are added, the quality of life things, in addition to parking, like the fitness area in the park, those are the kind of things that I think Daytona Beach Shores is looking at as well, and is important for the citizens to have. We need to be working with the cities, and if the cities are, you know, asking for certain things, then we need to certainly take that into consideration. Not necessarily agree with everything, but certainly look at it. But I think it makes sense that if we're definitely looking at litigation, that we need to set ourselves up for, in the best possible light, to be in the right stance to win that litigation. So otherwise, what's the point? So if this is the best possible avenue and the best stance, if we're looking at litigation, then I'm in agreement with that.
Okay. Ms. Denny's.
Thank you. I don't know if you read the original JPA that was sent over here with the 12 demands. There's no negotiating some of those. That's not even a starting point, which included taking another 2 miles of cars off the beach.
Well, we're definitely going to be in litigation, yeah.
So what I'm saying is, this sounds great until you get to the reality and the legal documents start coming back and forth. And this JPA, and I just read it again and just caught it in the original agenda item that went out, and it actually says that that the draft agreement was approved by the city council on February 14th. Actually, I don't think it was. I think their council denied it. They voted it down, the JPA. Their manager sent it over here before the commission, but when it went before their city council, it was actually voted down. So our agenda item is wrong too. The city commission voted it down. They did not support it. But when you look at the 12 requests in that JPA, and then you ask us to reduce the parking and negotiate in good faith, but yet take cars off the beach, and oh, by the way, we've got building height restrictions, what does that have to do with parking and this issue? So we're going to go round and round and round about this, but once I read the JPA, the negotiation, in my thought was, if you want to kill something quickly, you either redline it or you put enough of these items in here, and there you go. So with that, I can't, I don't know how we negotiate in good faith. We're going to end up in court anyway, Mr. Eckert. So I'm sticking with my original agreement with the original site plan, especially based on everything else that has happened. If I'm going to negotiate very genuinely, I expect fair things to come across between the two bodies, not unrealistic demands.
Ms. Weaver?
Okay, I do want to make it clear that the JPA was drawn up by Daytona Beach Shores staff, and it was presented to the management without the council's knowledge. So they were not all on board with that at the beginning. So I think that takes it off the table as far as issues that they were not very smart in bringing forward, because I think they would have known for sure that we were not going to get involved in their height limits, but most assuredly, we were not going to be involved in driving coming off the beach. I want to ask one thing. You said we would be conforming. That's if we added the park area, correct? Because they had said just not allowed parking.
Well, I think we would, it would be most like what they previously approved with the plan that's in front of you.
Okay. I think, you know, one of the reasons why I got on council was to, again, be the person that works in between the cities and the county. I think I want to work with the city. This is my city, but if it were somebody else's city, I'd still want to work with them. I think we should give them the benefit of just saying that we would go with the second one to make it. You're going to say
We
something.
would argue that we were conforming even with the 190, but
Okay.
But I think we.
I think for 26 spaces, 27. I just think there's some goodwill that we have to have with cities when we're taking prime property off of their tax rolls. And I think aesthetically, this is definitely better. I think the Shores residents would even use it when they have families coming in and they've got, you know, all the amenities there with the exercise things. I think there's just some things that we need to work together to make a situation as good as we possibly can. That's what we're here. We're representing our citizens. And I think the Shores would appreciate having us cooperate with them on that. It may go to litigation, and then we'll see where it happens. But I would like as many things on our side going in that we're trying to show good faith.
Ms. Guzak?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that with the 190, we were showing good faith. I have to tell you that the reason I cannot support this proposal today for two reasons. Number one, we want to have additional spaces for parking. You're asking me to decrease by 27, and you can't tell me how much it costs to do that. Number two, I don't think that we are being unreasonable when we say that we have purchased this property at a premium price. And now we want to decrease the number of spaces that we are saying that have to be there. So I just cannot support this. I'll take my ball and go with the 190 and then let the chips fall where they may. Because I just don't think that, we want to be good stewards, but we want to be fair. Let's not take advantage of county government in support of the cities and vice versa. So I think the 190 is a fair negotiating place to be. And so I would be in support of denying this and going back to the original proposal of 190. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I kind of agree with you. I mean, I know we went through this in Andy Romano Beachfront Park in Ormond Beach. And the goal there was to provide access, to provide parking, to provide amenities. We worked at something to where we could arrive at a little over 200 parking spaces, which is filled up every day during the summer and every weekend with a waiting list. And they are used. And especially this last weekend, we know that anytime you have that kind of a holiday,
I think we would be shortchanging the residents of Volusia County by eliminating the parking spots, because those 27 would reduce your cost, I'm guessing, by at least 15 to 20% per spot. I know when you start figuring the numbers. And what we're trying to do is, when you can't access because of high tide or whatever, or the beaches are full or they're closed, you have a place to park. So I agree with everything that's been said. I think if it's going to wind up in litigation, and our attorney feels that either way, whether we wind up with the original 190 or we go with the resubmitted 163, that we're in the right and we will prevail, why wouldn't we want to prevail at the best use of the property? Having said that, I don't like taking property off the tax rolls either, but that's already done. It's done. We are where we are, and I think we should maximize it. So we can either proceed onward if anyone wants to make a motion to accept or deny. Mr. Patterson.
Thank you. I thought I'd be the West Side guy just to wait till everybody had their say on this one, rather than jump into it real quick and really get criticized for my opinion. You know, when you take something off the tax roll, we're taking off ourselves. So maybe the city's losing something, we're also losing something. And I really feel that going with the 190 is a heck of a lot better deal for us in the long run for property that we've purchased. And our intent is good to try to have. I mean, I've read the same reports that everybody did every day with a number of cars that weren't allowed on the beach and people in line. So I'll make the motion that we deny. I'm trying to think.
Motion to approve the site plans maximizing the parking.
All right, I move approval of the site plans maximizing the
Parking spaces at 190.
Maximize the parking spaces at 190. Thank you, Jamie.
Is there a second? Second by Ms. Cusack. Any further discussion?
Just a comment, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Dennis.
This is not going to be just a slab for parking. This is all very well landscaped. If you've seen any of our parking areas, it's not just a slab. There will be, I mean, the landscaping on this is amazing. I've worked through this with a couple other sites with some constituents and business owners that weren't comfortable. The Hiles Avenue. What I did there was took some business owners and some constituents down to, where'd we go to? Tornado, to take a look at the landscaping and how we landscape that to work in with the local area, and they were thrilled because it's making the area look so much better, and it will be the same here. This is a great, I just want you to be assured that won't be just a slab. This is very well landscaped. So with that, any other comment? Ms. Post.
And I hear what you're saying, and I think landscaping is fantastic, and aesthetics is very, very important for the area. But I still think that there's a huge difference between a parking lot and a parking lot where they park, and those kind of amenities for the citizens. But
we did have one individual, Karen Clark, who wanted to make a comment. If you can make your brief comment, Karen, before we go to vote.
I still have a comment, too.
Pardon?
I still have.
I understand that. Go ahead, Ms. Wheeler.
I just wanted to state also that if there were a park, it would certainly be used by all of Volusia County. I mean, the people on the other side, not, everybody likes to be down on the beach at every moment, and it does give them an opportunity to picnic up there with their children and everything else. So it would certainly be utilized by the entire county.
Okay. Since Ms. Clark didn't come forward, she was concerned that there were not enough handicap parking spaces. I think that they are conformed.
Here she.
Sorry, just go ahead and state your name and address and that.
Karen Clark, 1855 Grand Avenue in DeLand, Florida. On your parking lot, on the ramps when they have them architecturally structured. Maybe people up here should be in a wheelchair to use them as well. I just wanted to bring that out because some of the ramps that are made are a little bit steep for non-motorized wheelchairs. The other thing is, you only have 3 parking spaces for handicap. If people raise their hand here of how many people in this little room actually uses the handicap permits, you have 3 out of 193 spaces available. In the second one, I didn't see it on the first, maybe there's 6 out of 193.
Okay.
So you have to think about that, because we are an aging population, and there's more people that need that extra assistance. And number 4, you have a hotel that's being planned next door. Where are their employees going to park? And there's usually, if it's a traditional Hard Rock type high-end, you're going to have a lot of employees.
No, ma'am.
That's a different site? Okay, but anyway, it's just local parking, but try to bring up more handicap spaces.
Okay. Thank you, Karen.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that we will comply with any federal regulations based upon the number of the total, which is what governs, and that's what determines the total number of spaces, the quick, easy access to everything, the first access, and the numbers based upon the total. So I'm sure that that will be in compliance. Are there any other further questions or comments? If not, all in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign.
Opposed.
Motion is opposed by Councilmember Post and Councilmember Wheeler. Carries 5-2. With that, we will take anybody need a 2-minute break? You okay? Well, let's move on. Let's move on. We'll move to item 4, and this is a public hearing, and I'm going to ask Mr. Deneen for the staff report.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to go right to the subject that everyone's here for. I'll introduce to say that Mr. Abdul Hussain and his attorney, Mr. Ford, are coming forward. There are 2 issues they're going to review with you. This has to do with what was our agreement with originally with the Westin, which is now proposed to be a Hard Rock. They are asking for your consideration in changing the ordinance to allow them 2 things. One is a change in the completion date from May 7th, 2017 to February 28th, 2018. They will explain why they need that delay and what their due diligence was to try and move forward. They believe, among other things, an act of God actually is what slowed them down. And number 2, they'll explain the rationale and the need to change from the Westin flag to the Hard Rock. I do believe that, as you know, originally the original intent of the previous council was to make sure that it was a destination flag, something that was exclusive, which the Westin was, and we absolutely believe that the Hard Rock falls into that category. As you know, originally there was one other hotel that proposed this, and they were the Hard Rock. So with that, Mr. Chair, if you'd like, I'll have Mr. Ford come forward, and I think he wants to go through step by step, and what he would like you to do is to clearly understand his client's request, the basis for his request, before you take your vote.
Thank you. Mr. Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Mr. Chairman, council members, Alex Ford, 145 East Rich Avenue, DeLand, representing Humphrey Realty, the parent company of 900 North Atlantic Avenue, LLC. Mr. Abdul Hussain, one of the family members who owns that company, is here with me today. First, we want to thank staff, Mr. Deneen, Mr. Acker, Ms. Seaman were very good to work with on this. We had to sort through a few issues, and just want to express my appreciation for all of their efforts. I also want to thank the council for your responsiveness. I know we put you in a bad position by coming to you so late in the game. As you know, the current expiration date is May 7th, 2017, and we came to you 2 weeks ago. We apologize for that. The main reason for that was very simple. The deal with Marriott was not terminated until March 28th. And we really couldn't come to you asking to change the Marriott brand before that contract had been entered into. So we do apologize for that, and apologize for putting you in a bad position, also your staff, and thank everyone for working with us. I also want to apologize, full of apologies today, for my presentation. It's going to be a little bit lengthier maybe than you would like. I read the newspapers. I see what's on social media. I'm aware that 2 prior lawsuits have been filed. I'm aware that the opposition group has probably one of the finest attorneys in Volusia County representing it. They made very novel, creative arguments when they filed the 2 suits last time challenging this ordinance and the 2 related ordinances. And we're trying to do our best to avoid that from happening again. Those 2 suits, by the way, both were dismissed and are on appeal right now. We have no reason to think those suits will prevail on appeal, but we also want to be very cautious and try to avoid getting back into litigation again. So our proposal is to amend Ordinance 2015-07, very simple amendments, basically the change of a date and the change of a name. From the date from May 17th of this year until February 28th of next year. The change of the name from Weston to the Hard Rock. So I'm going to give you a little bit of an explanation here. And the first thing I want to do is tell you about my client. This is a local family. They're redeveloping the old Desert Inn into a internationally recognized luxury hotel resort. They have done several projects here in Volusia County. They've been really good investment partners for the county. So this family took the former Inn on the Beach in Daytona Beach, rebranded it as a Holiday Inn Resort, which TripAdvisor rated number 8 in Daytona Beach. They actually have sold that project now. They took the old Ocean Sands Hotel, rebranded that to a Hampton. It's currently number 1 on TripAdvisor. I think that's pretty impressive. They also purchased the La Playa Resort, and it's currently under redevelopment. That hotel was damaged by the Hurricane Matthew and is not currently in operation because of one of the same reasons we're asking for this extension. And they've also purchased Acapulco. That's currently in redevelopment and will be rebranded as a Delta by Marriott. These people are good investment partners. They're the type of people that if your intent is to promote economic development, these are the type of people you want to work with, and you want to encourage these type of people, and that's what we're asking you to do today. If you've met with them, you've seen they're very hands-on, they're very meticulous, and it's all about customer satisfaction, which is what we're trying to promote for this area. So a little bit of background. Ordinance 2015-06 was adopted on May 7th of 2015. It amended the beach code and allowed for public purposes, economic development, public purpose, 2 additional traffic-free zones on Daytona Beach. The first one from from University to Seabreeze, and the second one from International Speedway down to Silver Beach. This project is in the University to Seabreeze potential traffic-free zone. To meet the requirements of this ordinance, you had to comply with some fairly specific standards. One, your resort hotel had to be internationally recognized. It had to be a luxury brand. It had to have a centralized booking system, international centralized booking system, several other of those types of criteria as far as the flag of hotel. 2, you had to replace the loss of beach parking with off-beach parking with direct access to the beach. You actually had 2 alternatives there. One would be directly on the beach, one would be across A1A. In this situation, the off-beach parking is directly on the beach. I think that was an important criteria for some of the council members at the time. The third thing is that there had to be a dedication. I'm not sure what just happened. I hope I didn't do that. There had to be a dedication of the beach eastward of the property to the public. And that's to be done prior to the vehicular traffic actually coming off of the beach. Interestingly, 2015-06 contains no provision that you have to impose a drop-dead date. Now, I can understand the wisdom of why the 2015 council did impose a drop-dead date. It certainly makes sense. You don't want these things just hanging out there forever. But there's no requirement to impose a drop-dead date, nor is there any time standard within which the developer has to complete the project. It's just not in that ordinance. This ordinance, by the way, is still in effect. What I've seen, some of the criticism of our request really is directed, in my opinion, to 2015-06. If there are problems with that ordinance, you have the power to amend that ordinance, just like we're requesting you to amend 07. But we are not requesting any amendment to 2015-06. What we're requesting to be amended is 2015-07, which was also adopted on May 7th of 2015. This specifically addresses my client's property, 900 North Atlantic Avenue. It implements the traffic-free zone for a 410-foot stretch of the beach. The purpose is for economic development, redevelopment of a particular property, which the 2015 council determined was essential to tourism. It found that the old Desert Inn, the property involved here, was blighted and in need of renovation. We met all the criteria, being what I talked about earlier, the internationally recognized luxury brand, the replacement parking, and the commitment to dedicate the beach. So the county agreed to do a 410-foot traffic-free zone. This is the blighted Desert Inn. Around 2008 is when that picture was taken. It was rated by Forbes magazine as the third dirtiest hotel in the country. Not in Florida, not in Volusia County, in the whole country. It kind of speaks for itself. So we feel the 2015 council was right. The property did need to be renovated, and we feel Forbes magazine was probably also right. Okay. This graphic, you can't really see what I intended to show, but right at the flag where it says 900 North Atlantic Avenue, right above that there's a little red line, which is the 410-foot stretch of beach. And then the yellow line, thank you, that yellow line is that additional district that was added by 2015-06. That's the university to Seabreeze. And this is the ordinance, 2015-07, or an excerpt of the ordinance. I just wanted to focus on, under effective date, you have the May 7th, 17 date, the Westin Hotels brand. Okay. And those are, again, the only two amendments we're requesting. Now, those two items, by the way, appear not only where I just showed you, but also several other places. There was an attachment A to the ordinance that had some specific standards. So what we're asking for is everywhere that specific date was shown, it'll be amended to show 2/28/18 instead. And everywhere the Westin flag was mentioned, it would be changed to be the Hard Rock. And I do want to clarify something. I say on my PowerPoint there, the then exclusive Westin flag. Obviously, Westin is a very nice exclusive hotel. We're not talking about the quality of the hotel. What we're talking about is the booking system. And what you're involved here with Hard Rock is much more exclusive, at least as far as what my client's looking for and what we think the county is looking for, than is the Westin. And I'll get into that in just a little bit. But basically, the Westin booking system, when you go into the Westin booking system, you're one of 30 brands. When you go into the Hard Rock, you're one of a single brand. So, as with any ordinance, the council has the power to amend. I've heard some discussion about this was a set-in-stone deal back in 2015. That's just simply not correct. It is clearly something you have the power to do. Again, just two minor changes. We still meet all of the criteria of 2015-06. And so what we're doing is just asking for 2015-07 to be amended in those two small ways. This is the proposed redeveloped Hard Rock. The same basically as what you saw before in 2015. The rendering is a little bit different than what is actually being developed in this respect. The neighborhood had asked my client to do away with the balconies facing out landward, and so those balconies are now removed. Those of you who had the opportunity to see the project saw where we've extended the rooms. The rooms are actually larger now, facing A1A, and there is no balcony. So you don't have a bunch of spring breakers hanging out making a bunch of noise, disturbing the neighbors. I just saw this yesterday for the first time. I just thought it was pretty impressive. I wanted to include it in this is the ballroom. And those of you that did see it, it doesn't look like anything like that right now, but it's really going to be beautiful. I also want to mention Ordinance 2015-08, which really has very little to do with my presentation all except for two factors. This ordinance authorized a second traffic-free zone. It was also adopted on May 7th of 2015. This was for the property on South Atlantic where the former Hard Rock was going to go. And I mention this for two reasons. One, this council has already determined that Hard Rock meets the criteria for the internationally recognized luxury resort hotel. You did it in this ordinance 2015-08. Also, as I mentioned earlier, there is no specific requirement for a particular drop dead date. And I recognize that the one on South Atlantic was an entirely different project than this one is, but that one had a drop dead date of December 31st, 2018. So we're still well within the other ordinance that was adopted on the same date, if you give the extension we've asked for. And that's just, again, an excerpt of 2015-08, pointing you to the Hard Rock was determined to be a qualifying brand, and just pointing you the date of December 31st, 2018. Justification for this request, Hurricane Matthew. That we estimate that, and actually I misstated in the bullet point. If you combine Hurricane Matthew with other development conditions, that's really what our contractor says added about 6 months to the delay. And then, the change in flag, my client estimates that's about a 6-month delay, and there is some overlap between the two. But something I found out just yesterday, I mean, we recognize there are going to be delays you're going to have to redevelop or develop the Hard Rock standards instead of the Westin standards. You have time of negotiations to get the brand in place, that type of thing. Meeting all of their criteria. I didn't realize the effect it has on the actual reconstruction effort. And my client mentioned yesterday that they can't really finish out any of the public spaces because Hard Rock has a very specific criterion for their sound system. And you can imagine it's a Hard Rock, so they're going to be pretty particular about the music. So he can't finish his public spaces until they get that redesigned to meet the Hard Rock standards. Some other things, other development conditions. Daytona Beach approved this PUD on December 21st, 2015. Okay? So it's been approved for quite a while now. FDOT permit was not issued until September 20th of 2016. It was applied for in September of 2015. It took a year for an existing hotel to get an FDOT permit. Yeah. Existing hotel. FDOT permit took a year. Think of what that does to your site construction. Okay? The DEP permit was also applied for in September of 2015. That was just received March 8th. Okay? So, I mean, there are certainly lots of reasons. This family's not been sitting on their hands and eating bonbons. They've been diligently pursuing this, and they've been under construction, doing what they can do. But one other thing I want to point out, if what we were asking you to do was to revise a development order, we wouldn't even have to come to you, okay? Under Florida law, if your ordinance were a development order instead of an ordinance, by Florida law, under the state of emergency from Hurricane Matthew, there's several different states of emergency that have been declared since then. We're under a state of emergency right now for wildfires. We'd have automatic extensions. So when people argue a date is a date, it's a hard and fast date, and there is no extension to it, that's simply not true. So At the State of the County presentation earlier this week, I was very interested to hear, particularly Councilwoman Cusack's comments, where she described Hurricane Matthew as one of the biggest challenges of 2016, and certainly it was. She mentioned that more than 10,000 homes, businesses, and government facilities were impacted. That there's more than 1 million cubic yards of debris, and somewhere, I don't think it was in her presentation, somewhere I heard there was like $400 million of damage done in this county. I don't know if that number's right. But, I mean, that is a force majeure. That's what lawyers call it. That's a heavy hit to this whole area. So, I presented to you a letter from our contractor. The combination of the hurricane and the other factors mentioned in his letter, that's been a 6-month delay. Some other things I've seen lately, just, here we are, months after the hurricane. There's still debris in our waterways that we can't get cleaned up. There's still tarps on roofs. Actually, if you drive by my home, the wall in front of my home is still damaged. Getting contractors, getting laborers, getting materials, getting power, all kinds of problems. And when the world's turned upside down like this, the focus is going to be on restoration of necessary services to existing facilities. It's not going to be letting this guy build his hotel. And that's, as inconvenient as it is for him, it's the right thing to do. So that's where our priorities have been for the last few months. In fact, one of my clients' other hotels is still not open because of storm damage. So, my client has diligently pursued this project. They've put approximately it's actually $29 million and some change, but I upped it to $23 million because I thought that sounded better. He's put $23 million in this project already, and as he says, the meter is still running. He's already caused the off-beach parking to be deeded to the county. You already have that. It's already been developed, and it's already in use. In fact, this past weekend, I think it was this past weekend, Abbas mentioned that the tides were such that you couldn't access the beach in front of his hotel, but the people had use of that parking. So actually, there was better beach access for the public as a result of this project just the other day. So here's a site under construction. You can see the Desert Inn on your left, where the parking is going on to the right. And I'm just going to quickly go through some of the construction progress photos. And we've been doing site visits for about a week, I guess, and it's amazing to me just how much it's progressed just in that period of time. They really are working hard at it. And that's a picture of the new parking, already people using it, already in place. As far as the change of name, the change in flag restores the original exclusivity that was intended. As I mentioned in my letter to requesting this property would have been the only beachfront hotel under the Starwood flag for a 30-mile radius if everything had remained the same. It didn't. In September of 2016, Marriott acquired Starwood. All of a sudden, the very exclusive Westin is now one of about 30 brands vying for the same business. So that exclusivity was lost. My client, we're not allowed to disclose all the facts involved, but to terminate the Marriott relationship on this hotel, it was a very costly thing to do. Having to deal with Marriott, having to deal with Hard Rock, having to redesign plans, having to maybe undo some things. And all that, not even to mention the delay in opening course he wants to open as soon as he can because money is going out right now. Money doesn't start coming in until the brand is open. So this is quite an investment to make this change. We think it's important. The Hard Rock brings a different clientele. It actually is a destination in and of itself. Totally different market, totally different marketing. Instead of maybe our Westin is going to want to keep everybody out from coming on the beach. The Hard Rock wants to bring everybody in. They're going to be selling memorabilia, encouraging people to use a restaurant. It's a totally different, and I think a much better product for this area. As I mentioned earlier, Hard Rock's previously been approved, and that's the 2015-08, so we meet that standard. This will be the only Hard Rock within, it's a 40-mile radius, so what that means, along the beach, approximately 80 miles of beachfront, where it will be the only Hard Rock. That's exclusivity. That's what we want. So when the customers come into the booking system for Hard Rock, they're not have dozens of choices, up and down the beach. They're going to have one, and it's going to be Daytona Beach. Okay, so just wrapping it up, we still meet all the criteria of Ordinance 2015-06, and I've mentioned some of them, but let me mention a couple of others. The ordinance had a provision, sorry about that, attached to it, which attachment A, which had some very detailed standards. And all of those standards are being left the same, other than the request for the change in the name and the date. So there'll still be things such as state-of-the-art meeting and conference facilities, full-service spa and salon, lobby barista, gourmet sundry shop, expansive fitness facilities, children's activities, cabana bar, valet service, airport transportation, business center, first-tier finishes and furniture, best in industry china, glass and silver, multilingual staff. All these things are still part of the ordinance if you amend it as we requested. Not a single change, but a date and a name. It's a better result for the county. It's a better result for my clients. It's going to ensure the success of a very high-profile redevelopment project in this county. And I can't emphasize enough what this does for the county's reputation. You want to have the reputation of being a good business partner. When somebody comes to you and works with you, you want your reputation to be, yeah, we work with them too. I've heard some criticism about this, again, a date is a date. It's hard and fast. Just today, I will have a client sign a fifth amendment to a contract for the sale of real estate. My client's a seller because it's the right thing to do. We want this project to succeed. We want the sale to occur. So we're extending for the fifth time. I had another deal last year. We extended it 12 times. Okay, in business, you work with people, and that's what we're asking you to do, just to work with us. A couple other things, just not to belabor what I've seen in the newspaper, but I've seen you've got, $1.something billion of needs, capital needs, is that what I saw? Something like that? I know you've got a very sensitive topic following me. You've got constant requests for money. Where does that money come from? It's your tax base. This is enhancing your tax base. That's what you need in this county, and that's what this project will give you. I also saw a couple of criticisms about your charter. I've served on two charter review committees, 1996 and 2006. I've argued the charter oftentimes with Mr. Eckert on various points. I know a little bit about your charter. I'm going to tell you, I do not see any problem whatsoever with the charter. There is no sacred provision that you can't take parking off the beach. You can, if you have replacement parking, the charter specifically contemplates that. The charter specifically contemplates that you will regulate, you have the power to regulate traffic on the beach. This is not about the beach. This is about a deal that was made, and and extending a date and changing a name. You're going to hear a lot of arguments about it being about the beach. And even those arguments are wrong. So, two changes, name and date, nothing else. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them, and if not, I'd like to have some time for rebuttal.
Thank you. We'll extend that courtesy at the end. And for those of you out here, those that were in support of this have agreed to let Mr. Ford speak. We have about 9 additional speakers. I was trying to reach you to have the same courtesy. I was not able to do so, so we'll start with the first speaker is David Lee Davis.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is David Lee Davis. I reside at 939 Sandalberry Court in Port Orange, Florida. I was here back on May the 7th, 2015, in objection to the 3 ordinances, and I rise again today in objection to this ordinance. I love the presentation, Mr. Chairman, that Mr. Ford just gave. This is a nice hotel, no question about it. It's a super nice hotel, I'll even go on to say. Every part about what he said would make sense to bring this to our county. It is great to see development of this type. What I have a problem with is giving away my beach to get that. And that's exactly what we're doing. We have established a precedent in this county that if you have money and you are going to develop something, then we're going to give you something in return, something that's irreplaceable, and that's our beach. And that's been the problem all along. One of the things I find a problem with what he stated, however, is this idea of this Hard Rock being a destination stop. And Mr. Chairman, you even made that comment 2 weeks ago, how great it will be to have this destination stop come to Volusia County. The point is, this is not that type of a Hard Rock. You know, there's a great steakhouse up in New York called Peter Luger's. It's a destination stop. People go to New York, they want to go to Peter Luger's. If Peter Luger's sign is held up at the Port Orange Steakhouse and maybe they change a few menu items, it is not a Peter Luger Steakhouse. All the Hard Rocks that are destination stops, and even in that 80-mile radius he talks about, they either have a casino, they either have top 5-star tiered restaurants, Batelli, Wolfgang Puck, Emeril Lagasse, things like that. I don't see that coming here. Or they have Billboard's top 100 performers perform at their locations. That's what makes a destination stop of a Hard Rock worldwide. None of that is here. The physical design of the property itself doesn't even equate to what a wonderful Hard Rock would be as a destination stop. And to the parking lot, one other problem I have a problem with. The parking lot that's being put in place, that's open right now next door, is there a provision that will prohibit the employees of this facility to park there? Because as we know, one of the biggest problems of every hotel on A1A is parking. So to have this parking lot next door that the county's building and the county is supporting to maintain it, will it be open to the public or will it be part of a place for employees and customers to park at? And one final point. For the past few years, we've spoken out against this issue. You could fill that beautiful ballroom that he showed us with the people who favor this position. But you could fill Daytona International Speedway with the citizens of Volusia County who oppose giving away our beach. Thank you.
Nancy Kiefer. Sorry, my mic wasn't on. Linda McIntyre, you'll be next, so if you'll listen, so we can move this along. So those of you out there anxiously waiting to see where this is going to go, to be ready for that. Nancy?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, council members. As the president of the Daytona Regional Chamber of Commerce, I am here today to express our organization's support of amending the ordinance in front of you to change the franchise name and the date of completion for the new proposed Hard Rock Hotel. As we originally supported the Westin, we believe the addition of a quality 4-star hotel is a great opportunity for Daytona Beach and Volusia County. We all know that the unexpected visit by Hurricane Matthew, as has been talked about before, caused a great amount of devastation to our beachside area. As a matter of fact, some of the hotels are still not open. It is not at all a surprise that this has resulted in some delays in finishing the renovations to this property. We believe the Hard Rock brand will easily meet the standards set in the original ordinance. It's actually a great advantage to attract this international brand and be home to only the 25th Hard Rock Hotel in the world. Your approval of this ordinance will show, or allow, the momentum to continue and send a strong message that our community is thriving and attracting world-renowned amenities to our region. There are a number of people in the room that support this, are asking for your approval also. And rather than have them all come up and speak, I would ask those in the room to please stand in support of our change to the ordinance. Thank you in advance for your support, and we look forward to your involvement in the opening of the new Hard Rock Hotel.
Thank you, Nancy. Linda McIntyre. And thank those of you who are standing, did stand. We counted the ones in the back of the room as well.
Hi, I have some paper. Who do I give this to? Each of you get a copy of this?
You can give it to the clerk.
My name's Linda McIntyre, 10 Noblewoods Way, Ormond Beach, Florida. I'm a native Daytonian. I have no problem with a Hard Rock, but I do have a problem that I don't think it's going to materialize, and here's why. I am a shareholder in Starwoods, so I've been getting a lot of information from Starwoods, and I could have told you 6 months ago the Westin wasn't going to happen. Because when Star Wars merged with Marriott's determined that this area could not support more 4-star properties, and they just bought the Hilton. So that's part of the reason we're not getting a Westin. Okay, item number 2, Hard Rock. Talked to them yesterday. 2 weeks ago, on their website under Investor Relations, there was a comment that coming soon to Daytona Beach, Hard Rock Hotel. That has now been removed. You are seeing documentations off their website, which they sent to me this morning because you can't print graphics off there, so they emailed it to me. There is no plan, according to Hard Rock, effective yesterday afternoon, for that to be a Hard Rock. There are problems with the contract. So my suggestion would be, maybe we should let them build this, and if they get it built, and if it is flagged a Hard Rock, then we'll come back and revisit them taking more of our beach. Until that time, they don't have the right to do that, because Hard Rock is telling me they don't have a firm commitment. Now, I realize that some things are priority between clients, and I respect that, but I think we're being sold a bill of goods here. And that's what I'm concerned about. Because according to Starwood did not require cars to come off the beach to flag that a Westin. So whose idea was it? Because it wasn't Westin's. It wasn't Starwood's. Now, we got new members on this council now, and I'm asking you to put this off till the next meeting, do due diligence, and do some checking before you vote on this. 2 more weeks is not going to make a difference if it's already been delayed 6 months. It isn't going to make any difference at all. If I'm wrong, great. You haven't made a mistake. If I'm right, you haven't made a mistake. This needs to happen, people. You need to postpone this for 2 weeks. Each member up there needs to do due diligence and contact and get these records and find out exactly what's going on here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Linda. Thank you for adding something that hadn't already been said. I appreciate that. Richard Kane, followed by Karen Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is my first opportunity to address the new 2017 council, and we wish you well, and we expect great things in this economic boom that we apparently are enjoying right now.
Name and address, Richard.
I'm sorry. Richard Kane, 939 Sandalberry Court, Port Orange. The agenda item that we have before us is the extension of the agreement made by the prior council. And you are a new council and you have new opportunities. The beach advocates have no objection or problem with the development of the hotel. They have no problem with the branding of the hotel. But don't forget, all of that is regulated by the city of Daytona Beach. The only involvement you have, the only reason they're here today is to protect beach rights. And that's your major commitment to the public. You're holding beach rights in trust for the public, not for the developers. And that's where the error in this opportunity comes. Now, if you vote against this ordinance today, there'll be no extension, but there's no, the council has admitted to you that there isn't any deadline, no drop dead deadline. So it won't affect the development. It will not affect the branding. It will not affect anything having to do with the construction. The only thing it will have to affect is their opportunity to acquire and use the beach. Now, there are 34 parcels, 36 vacant parcels that ultimately are going to develop. When this deal was made, there was a thought that we had to give away the beach in order to promote the development. You're going to be confronted with many, many more requests as the development now is in booming. And there's no need for you to give the beach away. They'll develop anyhow. And if you do honor all of these requests, you've already had a second one which died, but there'll be many more coming. And if you honored them, you would ruin the beach driving because they're all up and down the beach and that you'd have all banned beach driving along the beach. So it's very important, I think, that you uphold the trust that you have and tell the developers that, well, we're not giving the beach away anymore. Now, the original ordinance has generated 3 lawsuits and a petition drive for 22,000 people. It's very controversial. This ordinance will also generate litigation. It'll be federal court litigation, but it's already in the planning stages. So you're not helping the developer by getting him into a lawsuit or the county. And I recommend that you just not do this today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dick. Thank you, Karen.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, if you could have the clerk pass out those handouts that were meant to be distributed to council, I would like to take a look at that before we go further. Thank you.
Karen
Go ahead.
Clark, 1855 Grand Avenue in DeLand, Glenwood. Linda McIntyre, please take heed of what she said. She's an actual shareholder and gets the information that, too bad, you all didn't get. And if you decide, if it ends up in the end that you decide to give away our precious beach, can it stay open to the public till the hotel actually opens its doors? I mean, I'm going on both sides. So if you okay it, then we lose a beach, but keep that beach open to cars until the actual doors open up to the hotel so that we have another year or two or more of beach driving if you decide to give our beach away. But listen to that shareholder, and it doesn't hurt to keep it in limbo for a little while so you get all the facts, so you know the inside stuff. Thanks.
Thank you, Karen. Paul Zimmerman, followed by Ken Strickland.
Mr. Chairman, members of the council, I'm Paul Zimmerman, 356 Woodland Avenue, Daytona Beach, Florida. Lived here all my life. And I'm here today to ask the council to deny Mr. Abdul Hussein's motion. Although we do appreciate very much what he's done here in ridding us of the original Desert Inn and the blighted property there, we think that he's failed to keep the terms of his original agreement. That agreement, by the way, is in litigation right now in the 5th District Court of Appeals. And I would remind the council that there has been no ruling other than our standing in that case that says anything about the charter or the partnership between a government entity and a private developer. Neither one of those items that we are brought to suit against have been ruled upon. The only thing that's been ruled upon is standing. It's an important issue. You're basing your vote today on an agenda item or a previous ordinance that is in litigation right now. We're not against development. We're only against development that doesn't follow our rules and forces you to give our beach away so they'll come here. There are strong feelings on both sides. There are folks like me who see beach driving as a traditional and, more importantly, the only real means of access to our beach. We have approaches in Volusia County that are 2 miles apart. Unless you have a camel and you're going to trek down that beach, those 2 miles in between approaches are useless and not accessible to the residents of Volusia County. On the other side of the argument, you have people that tell you that this will bring economic development and bring some type of grand utopia to the beach side. And my response is what? Like the Ocean Center brought to the Main Street area? It's the most the blighted part of the beach that we have in Volusia County. If you vote for this today, you're endorsing that failed model, a blighted model. You may ask who's telling you the truth and who's telling you lies about the issue today. I'd ask you to ask yourself, who's telling you something or who may be lying to you so they can gain something? And ask yourself, who's telling you the truth and have nothing to gain? The situation you have here in front of you is tugging at your hearts and minds. You may find yourself in a conundrum. I ask you to look to the authority. The authority in this situation is the county charter. The county charter in 205.1 states, the public has the right to access for recreational and customary use, and it specifically speaks of how beach driving is to be protected. It further instructs the council to hold the beach in public trust. Public trust has a specific legal meaning. That meaning is that the government must protect and maintain the resources for the public's use. Landlocking the beach by private property on the west side and denying us driving is not holding the beach in public use. I would remind you that we already have a lawsuit filed, and we intend to go further, either in federal court or again in circuit court if this motion is passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Ken Strickland.
My name's Kid Strickland. I live at 1208 North Halifax, Daytona Beach, Florida. Mr. Ford said work with us. 2 years ago, many people in this room were here asking that council to work with us. There was a deal made at that time with a big-time developer with big boy money, and a deal is a deal. The room was full of very wealthy and influential people, just like today. Taxpaying residents really don't have a problem with the very wealthy and influential making more money until they want to diminish our quality of life for their own personal gain. Some of you have grandkids, lots of them, and to ask a resident with kids or grandkids to wrangle the kids, the beach stuff, and everything it takes to go to the beach from parking lots, some of which will be on the west side of A1A before this is over with. And to do that, especially for private profit, is wrong. Customer satisfaction, I heard that a few minutes ago. What about resident satisfaction? And just to reiterate something that Linda McIntyre said, did any of you research this with anything other than what you were handed by our county manager or the developer or his attorney? If not, you didn't do your due diligence, and you're supposed to be representing us, not the very wealthy and the influential. They're doing just fine. We elected y'all to protect us, to protect our birthright of being able to drive on the beach. And I ask you today to do that going forward. If I made a business deal and didn't meet it by the deadline, I'm out of luck. You shouldn't be working for them. he's out of luck. He missed a deal. He made a big boy deal with a big boy lawyer with big boy money with all the facts. Sorry. Thank you.
Good morning. God bless you all. I appreciate the opportunity to speak here today. God bless all these people in this room. I'm Judge Reverend Charles Smythe, barrister at law, Victory Press, President's Council on Physical Fitness and Sports, Permanent Ball, Reagan White House, 250 Pelican Avenue, Daytona Beach, Florida. My best friend and my best man was Gary Hamilton, and he was on the Beach Trust Commission for 2 years prior to it being approved. And the Beach Trust Agreement was written by John Caney, Esquire. It says in there that Volusia County would only impose a beach toll, quote, as a last resort. When the people fell for that lie and voted yes, the county immediately imposed a toll on all the cars and locked up nearly all the beach approaches. It has been one lie after another ever since. As I understand it, both the former Hard Rock Hotel and Westin Hotels owners had several public meetings in which they represented that they had no plans whatsoever to have a private beach in front of their resorts. Those promises faded away nearly as fast as the number of miles you can now drive on the beach has continuously shrunk since the Beach Trust Agreement was approved in 1987. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hyatt Brown.
I'm Hyatt Brown, 213 Riverside Drive, Ormond Beach. I'm going to make mine short and sweet because there's a lot of discussion that's going on here. I'm here representing the CEO Business Alliance. We absolutely back the resolution today. The circumstances are that the Hard Rock, in my opinion, is an upgrade over the previous flag. And it is something that will be unique to our area within the 80-mile radius or 40-mile radius. And it's also something that will allow us to bring entertainment here that possibly we wouldn't have otherwise been able to. It also starts to change the general impression of the beach, which is, I think, very positive. That doesn't mean that we have a great big negative today, but we can always be better. And so the changes that are coming about in our county have been coming about for a long time. We now have an opportunity to make a substantial leap forward because the economic circumstances in our area and in the state and in the United States are better than they have been in the past. So we need to take advantage of this, and I urge you all to vote yes for the amendment.
Thank you. And Doyle Lewis, you will be our last speaker.
Good morning. My name is Doyle Lewis, 340 North Street, Daytona Beach. I've been studying economics my entire life. I support the Hard Rock in their development process, but nobody owns that beach. Everybody owns that beach. Everybody owns these sidewalks. When I go to another state, I pay taxes. When I go to another country, I pay my dues. I will walk that beach until I have no breath. You cannot control that beach. You might own your building. You might own your swimming pool. You might own your lock on the door. I've been building all my life. I support economic growth. I support brand new paint. I support making the beachside in Daytona Beach looking better. I'm a self-motivated architect, designer. I know the color wheel. You know how many colors there are on that color wheel nowadays? Start checking it out. There's a lot more than you think. I support money flow in Daytona Beach, especially on beachside between International, A1A, Beach Street, and Seabreeze. That's the four-corner area that's in this process. Oak Ridge is on that far north end. And I've been walking that beach for longer than you'll ever know. And I can travel the United States. I got passports. Let them spend their money in town. Let them move it around. Let them build a building. But don't ever let somebody control my beach. Every person that's a United States citizen and anybody that wants to be one has the right to walk that beach because of the sidewalks that every single taxpayer in America on sidewalks pay. I drive an automobile. I have a driver's license. How many more permits, how many more citations do I have to go to school for to make you understand that I'm going to keep my freedom and I'm going to walk in these boots and I'm going to wear my tie. I'm going to wear my suit. And if I want to, it'll be a swimming trunks when I'm swimming. And if you know that one, you know me personally. Thank God I'm here today.
Thank you. And with that, we'll close the public hearing portion of this item. And council discussion, action, Ms. Denies.
First of all, to be clear, walking on the beach is not restricted. This is not a restricted area. In fact, this will be purposely deeded back for access. Ms. McIntyre, you got my attention with your handout. I looked at the handout because you wanted us to see it, but it's just a map with nothing on it, very genuinely. So I went to the hardrock.com. If you go to hardrock.com, I've been drilling down since then, and listed under the hardrock.com under hotels, casinos, above Dubai, above Malaysia, China is Daytona Beach, Florida. So it's on, it's in there, but my question is to Mr. Ford, please. Do you have a contract with the Hard Rock?
We have a letter of intent with Hard Rock in place. The actual contract itself is being developed as we speak. And by the way, if we don't have a Hard Rock, then we don't have the benefit under this ordinance. So it has to be a Hard Rock under this ordinance as you change it. You are changing from one specific brand to another. So without that specific brand, we would have to come back again.
We're not doing this again.
Exactly.
I'm not doing this again.
Exactly, and that's the point.
With all due respect, I'm not doing this again.
Right.
Here's Mr. Eckert. I'm going to need some legal advice here. The original, and I should have asked that. I'm usually pretty good with those kind of questions. I did not ask that question to begin with. But here we are. The original ordinance says a development has to be completed by May 7th of 2017. Our next council meeting is May 4th, correct? May 4th. Before the expiration of this original ordinance, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That being said, Mr. Ford, you need to bring us back a contract by May 4th. Can that be accomplished?
I don't know the answer to that. I mean,
do you understand?
I understand.
Do you understand
I certainly understand your concern. My client's very confident. We've got a letter of intent. That's good enough for him. He's the one that's invested $23 million at this point.
I'm not questioning that, I understand.
I understand.
I'm not questioning your intent or,
Okay. He just said we'll get it done.
so would you be comfortable with the delay?
Let's wait and hear what everyone else says,
No,
Ms. Dennison. I know you're talking and you're speaking, but let's
Chair,
let,
let me finish.
let's let everyone else
finish my
weigh in.
comment. Let me finish my comment, please. Would you be comfortable delaying this until we have the contract for the May 4th? What will that change? What will that put in jeopardy, if anything?
Sitting through this all over again. Or
This
more.
is important enough to do this. That does not bother me.
But it's our
This
job.
This doesn't bother me. That's right. This
may
does
I-
not bother me.
May I respond with a different
Please.
suggestion? Could we have a contingency of that date, that we will present it? So we don't, again, you've heard everybody. You know the arguments. And if we could just say, come up to you and say, here it is. Here, I don't think you want to see the contract, but, you know.
Actually, I do. Actually, I do. At this stage, actually, I do. Mr. Eckert?
Ms. Denny's?
Yes, sir.
Oftentimes, and I'm not the attorney negotiating the contract itself, but I know oftentimes these contracts have confidentiality clauses.
Sure.
So I'm really concerned about making it a public record.
Okay, I take that one back. I hear you. I'm trying to work within these parameters, but the legal guidelines, because some of the concerns are valid. They're very valid. Mr. Eckert, can we do this contingent upon the contract being fulfilled and not just a letter of intent by our May 4th council meeting? Can we add that as a contingency?
Well, you could. As the cars, the ordinance doesn't take effect unless all these conditions are fulfilled, unless they enter into the contract and you have the guarantees that are provided for. So, but if it's your pleasure to have a contract before you extend it, that's within your discretion. I think probably they would want some memorandum that reflects the contract rather than the entire terms. So maybe so you could see a signature page and perhaps the cover sheet. But there are undoubtedly in these kinds of contracts confidentiality provisions.
I understand that.
And I would, if I may be permitted, I'd like to address, my preference would be that we not do that for a number of reasons, not just what we've gone through. But one of the things we've tried to focus on between the legal department and myself is the fact we have these lawsuits outstanding, okay?
Right.
And one of the things we've been really meticulous about, some of the standards I was reading to you from Exhibit A, it would have been a lot better for my client to change them, but we were really focused on keeping it just to the date and the name. And when we start adding things like that, I'm going to get nervous. I suspect your legal staff will
The
get nervous.
name is the issue, though. We're not changing, the name is the issue.
Right, but Ms. Denny's, as Mr. Eckert was saying, under the ordinance as written, we're going to have that name. It's going to have to be Hard Rock. It's going to have to be certified by Hard Rock that we meet all their standards. You know, it's going to be signage, it's going to be the speakers in the wall, the sound system. All those things have to be certified by Hard Rock, and it's going to include their franchise. That's part of what your current ordinance, if you amend it, it will require that.
I hear you, and like I said, on the hardrock.com, Daytona is listed. I'm not questioning your intent. It's a great project, but these legal questions are fair. They're valid concerns.
I agree. What I'm saying is I believe as it's currently worded, if you change the name and the date, that concern is actually addressed already.
Mr. Eckert?
Well, I concur in that the cars would not be removed from the beach unless it were Hard Rock.
think, in other words, if they don't get that,
Right.
this doesn't count.
Okay.
Okay, so that
Okay.
should answer all questions. Thank you.
Well, what, my final comment
that
then
question.
is, my final comment on this is, so then, if by chance, and I hope you're I want you to be successful. I want you to be successful. If by chance, the letter of intent isn't negotiated into a contract under the Hard Rock, this all becomes null and void. That's a
That's
correct
correct.
statement?
Yes.
At that point, it will be void on this council member's,
At least
position.
yours.
At least, that's what I'm saying on mine. I'm saying on mine, I
Okay.
won't bring it back.
Well,
So, but that's my comment. Thank you,
Ms.
Mr. Chair.
Cusack.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I truly believe that we are here for Pacifics. As a part of the council that removed, based on certain conditions, driving on the beach or parking in front of that hotel, I was the one that voted to not remove the cars. The only one. Now, that is not in question today. What we're here for today is a name change and a date extension. Just that simple, or just that complicated, if you will. And so, Mr. Chair and to my colleagues, I think we ought to extend good faith and do this extension and the name change. Now, let me tell you about driving on the beach or walking the beach. There were days I couldn't walk, sir, on Daytona Beach. And we'll never go back there. Matter of fact, we're going to be dedicating a Bethune Beach where I had to go. So don't get mixed up on that. Being free has not always been free. So I want to do what is right and in the best interest of all of the citizens, because some things we will never do again. I want you to always have access to that beach. But I also want to be a good partner in government. I have no hidden agenda here. I was born and reared in DeLand and New Smyrna. So I have no hidden agenda. I'm not wealthy. I've worked all my life. But I do know about partnerships. I do know about collaboration and trust that we must exhibit to each other. I do know about God and acts of God. And this extension, be it to the person who wants to that hotel, maybe he knows about a superior being, which gave him an opportunity to come here today, that Matthew Stone. Nevertheless, we're here, and we're here for two things, and it's all laid out in the document. The name change must be Hard Rock, and the date of the completion. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'll put it on the table that I would support the ordinance as presented to us today. That is a motion.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any other comments? Mr. Lowry, Dr. Lowry.
Well, just quickly, I just wanted to add that if we deny this, we could be impacting the contracting process, and we need to be very careful about that. And that's all I have to say on that. Thank you.
Mr. Patterson.
Yeah, it seems real easy to me, just the name change and the date, because come that date, May 7th, if it's not happening, it's not going to happen. Everything will remain the same. They can drive the cars on the beach now, and if the deal doesn't go through, they'll still be driving cars on the beach. I want to give the property owner that opportunity to make this thing work, and I don't want to screw it up at this point.
Ms. Post.
Councilwoman Cusack made an excellent point, and I wanted to really stress that this is not a wealth versus regular citizen issue in any way, shape, or form. You know, I'm not wealthy either, in any way, shape, or form, and that's definitely not what this issue is about today. And I think that if we have people that are willing to invest in our area, that we should, in good faith, work with them to help our area. And so I'm in favor of this.
Thank you. Ms. Weaver?
Yes, I'm taking everybody in. Joyce, I agree with everything you said, as well as Deb. I think, again, and I'm going over everything again, Mr. Chair, and I know you don't like to have people re-say the same thing, but it is important that this is very important that we emphasize that this is talking about the date and the name change. If it does not become a Hard Rock, then we're in a different story. This is not, in my opinion, I'm not discussing or talking about the parking on the driving on the beach. That was something that occurred before I came in. However, I would like to know, and I would like to question, I guess, staff. Okay, we have Hard Rock. Let's say we do have Hard Rock, and I will be happy when I see it confirmed that we have Hard Rock. And 6-7 years down the road, Hard Rock sells, and they sell to Red Roof Inn.
Oh, jeez.
I'm just saying
You
that
read
one.
that in an email.
I had to throw that one in. I mean, you know, I'm not saying anything bad about it.
And the
but-
Hilton changed to a Days Inn.
Yeah,
or-
but that deal with the beach for the internationally known, that still stands. Then what happens with the beach driving in front of that if it's no longer an internationally known?
Well, you'll still have the parking, and you'll still have the dedication, and to be clear to the residents in the audience and on the internet, beach driving exists as an exception to Florida law. And so the power, the council has the power, as was exercised here contingently, conditionally is a better word, to remove cars from the beach. But once having done so, you cannot restore, there's no provision to authorize vehicular traffic on the beach. So you've exercised all the diligence you're capable of doing. You'll have a massive investment. Nothing wrong with the Red Roof Inn, where I stay from time to time.
Shouldn't have said that.
But once having adopted this ordinance, once the cars come off, whether or not you provide the parking at your own cost or not, you cannot reauthorize it. And Mr. Chair, if I could, while I have the floor, just to be clear about the date, we posted on the web an ordinance revision on Tuesday afternoon. It has to do with your question, to allow to be sure we allow the satisfaction of the franchise conditions. The date would in the ordinance that's posted on the web is February 28, 2018.
Right.
And so
I would just like
that's
to
what you'd be voting on. If I wanted to be clear that the record reflected that.
Yes.
I would just like to finish up too. My business side of me and then my passion for the beach are struggling. However, in my heart, and as a business person, I can't see punishing someone for the effort that they have done. It is not like they've been sitting aside waiting for the shovel to get in the ground. There has been so much done on this project. I have gone through it, and they have worked diligently, and so many things have been out of their control on the time frame. In my right given stance, I just can't deny that they have worked very hard in getting this accomplished, and I will be in support.
Just one quick comment before you, Ms. Post. What we need to realize here is that a council previously, or this council, could have dedicated all of that area as no driving without conditions whatsoever. And that's the power that this council has and could have done. Also, this council could have accepted to start all over again with the same terms and conditions, as opposed to extending the conditions and the name change. Could have started all over. Isn't that correct, Counselor?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So those two things being said, I think the residents benefit by having the additional spaces, which was set back forth in May 2015, that we had nothing to, not that we wouldn't have supported it or that I wouldn't have supported it, but that was not part of the discussion for today. And you have a closing, one more statement? Ms. Post.
I would say if it is possible for you to get that contract done in the very near future, it would be nice if you would be able to just come back to us, and not as a requirement, but certainly to come back to us and let us know that.
I think we're
soon.
better off to leave that part of it
Right,
out.
I'm saying
Let's
this
get
is not a
this done.
requirement, but I'm asking,
But
pardon me,
that was
pardon
not a
me.
part of the motion.
Pardon me,
Not
right.
not part of the
Exactly.
motion.
Okay.
Right, but just a second,
That's your personal request. Thank you.
Just a second, yes. So I'm saying, not as a requirement, but I would ask that whenever you get that done, if you could just come back and let us know, I would greatly appreciate that.
Thank you. And really, that is not relative to anything, because nothing happens if you don't.
Mr. Chair,
That's correct. I'm just asking
Mr.
you,
Eckert.
please, to do that for me. Thank you very much.
I just wanted to clarify my answer to your, the council would have had the power to, of its own volition, to take the cars off the beach so long as it found that there was adequate parking. And the argument that's been made in the litigation was that the council must provide the parking at its own, at public expense. Here, that's not, I do not believe that to be a requirement of the charter, and so advise you. Here, the parking is being provided at private expense, and so I just wanted to clarify my answer to your question. That's in full satisfaction of the charter, and you're within your rights to adopt the ordinance today, if should you choose.
Okay. We'll call the vote now. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. The motion carries unanimously. And I can almost guarantee you that you may not have a total Billboard 100 entertainment group, but you'll have at least part of one that will be staying there. So, thank you, and thank you for your patience. We're going to take a 10-minute break before we go to item 5. Thank you. I did. You got something printed. Oh, did?
That's good. I appreciate it.
Oh, yeah, he took after his mom. Ain't any doubt about that.
Mr. Chair? Microphone.
Are we ready? We're going to be starting in 1 minute. 1 minute, T minus 1 minute and counting. Was that Mr. Chair for me to tell me that the mic was on? I found out. There we go. I have to wait till I get a thumbs up before I can say anything. And Councilmember Cusack is on her way back in, so we will go ahead at this point and reconvene the council meeting and move to item 5. And I'm going to wait. Mayor Henry had requested a time to make a brief presentation as an update on where First Step was, where Daytona Beach is in their quest for the homeless issue. I extended him that courtesy as I would to any mayor who wants to come and present us, as I would have done last January, a year ago, had I been in this position, would have extended it so we can talk and see where we are. So, Mayor Henry?
Good morning and or good afternoon. And I'd like to express, first of all, my appreciation for your willingness to take some time this morning to listen to and consider our current efforts to address homelessness concerning the need for a 24-hour come-as-you-are shelter. I want to first acknowledge the great commitment made by the members of this council and your predecessors to help address homelessness throughout our county, most recently through Hope Place. That is a magnificent effort to which the city of Daytona Beach and other municipalities are proud to participate in, as well as the Neighborhood Center of West Volusia with the West Volusia municipality's participation. We feel that coupled with these projects, a 24-hour come-as-you-are shelter will greatly enhance our services to those who are faced with the scourge of homelessness. As you know, the past 5 years, we, and certainly by we, I certainly do not mean the city of Daytona Beach alone. We have been pushing what at times has felt like a large rock up a hill. But we feel that that rock is now properly situated and prepared for sculpting. So I would be remiss in this brief presentation, and I will be brief, if I did not acknowledge the many hands that are prepared to do the sculpting. So I would ask that the hands and feet and bank accounts that will help us to ensure our community has a first-rate shelter that helps men and women facing homelessness to graduate from that state, to please stand. Anyone who has done some of the great work and continues to do the work and be committed to this project. Thank you. Standing with us today are mayors from Ormond Beach, mayors from Port Orange, South Daytona, Holly Hill, This group represents leading members of our community who serve as both, as I said, elected officials, business leaders, social service agencies, members of the faith community, and ordinary citizens who reflect the extraordinary sense of compassion that consumes our community. Prior to joining you all this morning, I have provided you with some documents that I understand. I provided them hopefully by Monday, that hopefully you've had a chance to look at some of them. Included in that was a detailed business plan that many members of our community who have exceptional talents have worked to provide and prepare. Also, I provided you with an interlocal agreement, the potential for an interlocal agreement, a PowerPoint which highlights much of the details of that said plan, and a memorandum of understanding for what we believe is one of the finest social service agencies in all of Central Florida in Catholic Charities. Here's what our proposal will do. It will serve as a 24-hour low-barrier facility. It's critical that a facility be low barrier, meaning that it's not difficult. It's designed to help people to easily have access to the facility. It is designed to move people towards a permanent state of housing as quickly as possible. While our community has been mired in certain elements of debate, for us there is no debate. We recognize and understand that this is but an aspect, an element of homelessness. It is an important element. It is an important element because you have to have a gateway. You have to have an entry point, place where people are triaged, assessed, and then upon that assessment, you help them to find the services that they need to graduate. But we also recognize that it is important to move them to permanent housing as expediently as possible. It will bring the county and participating municipalities into compliance with the Pottinger Law. We have to understand that Volusia County, Daytona Beach, none of the municipalities currently in our region are Pottinger compliant, which makes us susceptible to lawsuits. We all recall what transpired last year at 250 North Beach Street. There was a time there where we felt that our hands were tied because of this case law. With the great events and great things that are taking place in Daytona Beach and with the Shriners coming to town, one of the things that has feared me greatly as being mayor is that if we were to have that sort of a attempted takeover again, say at the Ocean Center during the Shriners visit, with 10,000 Shriners visiting our community, a time in which we are trying to put our best face forward to show the world that not only can we handle Shriners, but we can handle many other conventions. What a disaster that would be. So it is critical for us to recognize that being Pottinger compliant, it enables us to enforce the ordinances that we have on the books. Without it, we can't do it. Thirdly, it will help, we will access the skills, the resources, and the finances of the private sector to reduce the dependency on government funding as quickly as possible. The current agency, which is Catholic Charities, has pretty much assured us that they will not only be committed to working hand over foot to help us to raise money, but they believe that by year 5 that they could help us to raise at least 50% of the operating costs in that short amount of time. Some of the benefits to be gained from this is that we acknowledge that we established a task force, a criminal justice task force, which was ably led by City Commissioner Aaron Delgado and Judge Bell Schuman. It was also supported by Chief Mike Chitwood, supported by State Attorney R.J. Larizza and a number of other leading law enforcement officers in our area. What we found from that particular task force was that a great number of the people that are arrested and incarcerated, and hopefully you all had a chance to see that document as well, but what we found was that we could potentially save millions of dollars by targeting some of those people who cost us essentially millions of dollars. Over 50 or 60 people who were arrested over a period of years have cost the taxpayers of Volusia County several $1 million. So we feel that we save a lot of money. Then I also wanted to add that it is to provide a hand up. It is not to provide a handout. We acknowledge that we don't want to create a facility that enables people or that just gives them a bed and stabilizes them to the point of where they are able to continue to embrace the addictions or whatever problems they might have. The ultimate objective, as I have frequently said, is graduation. Graduation means moving from homelessness to a point at which you are able to successfully re-enter society. And we understand that not all parties will be privy to that, but this facility will not be designed or run in a way that disables folks. So what are we asking for? And that has been the big caveat over the last 5 years. What is it that we need to get this done? Number one, we're asking for county land for construction of the property. That county land is located, as some of your backup documentation indicates. I know it's not a good visual, but it's located out near the jail. We're asking for that property or the capital cost to have it constructed just across the street on city property. We're also asking that the land be annexed into the city, with the city accepting ownership of the facility and the responsibility to upkeep and maintain the facility. And then 3, we're asking for $4 million, up to $2 million to be used for construction of a facility, with the balance being used over the next 5 years. With this being said, that is where we are at this point in time, and would appreciate some direction from this council to your staff to that end. Okay. And if you have questions,
thank you, Mayor
we're happy
Henry.
to answer them. Thank you.
Any questions? I think it's very important. I know that Ms. Cusack.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. It's always a pleasure to see you.
Likewise.
You present very well. I have a couple of questions. I don't know if I should ask them now or after we have the public participation, or what's your pleasure,
Whatever your
Mr. Chair?
Why don't we do this? Why don't we have the public participation and we be able to call you back?
That would be fine.
We'll do that.
Certainly. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a number of speakers. You have a council up here who's getting hungry and hangry. My advice to you would be is if you want us to be really happy about your participation, and I don't see anyone here really that's kind of against this, that you keep your remarks. You know where we are, what we're facing. Try to keep your remarks as positive and supportive. We don't want you not to say anything, and if any of you would like to stand in lieu of speaking, I think that would be well. The first speaker would be Reverend Willie Branch. It says Barnes. Reverend Willie Barnes. I always thought he was Reverend Willie Branch. He goes to my church too. Well, I know that. I know Reverend Willie Branch. And I'm looking, I'm saying,
he's right back there.
I see him, and I didn't see you, sir. Sorry about that. And I know you too.
Yes, you do. Yes,
I
you
just
do.
thought maybe I was looking at the barns and the branch wrong. All right. A barn and a branch. Here we go.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak before you. My name is Willie Barnes. My address is 410 South Street, Daytona Beach, Florida, 32114. And I couldn't be more proud to be a resident of Daytona Beach, and I couldn't be more proud of our mayor, the Honorable Mayor Henry, for his presentation today, which he did in a very gracious and excellent manner. As the co-chair and co-leader of the Faith organization, I represent a diverse group of individuals. Faith represents over 30,000 residents of Volusia County who make up over 32 congregations. And although we are diverse not only in ethnicity but also faith traditions, we do have one thing in common, and that is to do justice. And what grounds us in that? Our sacred text. And what grounds our ability to stand before you today, our Constitution. So although we are members of the faith community, we're protected by our Constitution, and we do have a right to stand up and to speak out for what we consider to be justice. This organization, which has represented over 30,000 people in Volusia County, together provides about $1 million a year or more in services to those who are homeless and or in need. So all of us, even this county council, are doing what we consider our part to try to alleviate this problem, but we still have another step to go. That is what brings me to today, the idea of the fierce urgency of now. Martin Luther King said it best when he said, "We are now faced with the fact that tomorrow is today. We are confronted with the fierce urgency of now. In this unfolding conundrum of life and history, there is such a thing as being too late. This is no time for apathy or complacency. This is a time for vigorous and positive action. We're here today because we believe now is the time for us to take action together." I want to remind you as I close that Faith, the organization that I love and represent, we are not enemies of this council. We are allies. Why? Because I believe in my heart that this county council is represented by individuals who wants the best for the residents of Volusia County. We want the best for the individuals of Volusia County as well. And so I believe that if this council votes in the affirmative, we could work together to make sure that everyone that needs a helping hand will receive one. Thank you so much for your time. I really hope that you do vote in the affirmative. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Barnes. Reverend Phil? You'll be followed by Charles Ferguson.
Thank you, Chairman Kelly and County Council, for your service to our community. I don't want you to get hangry, so I'll talk pretty quick.
Thank you.
I'd just like
Name
to
and
say
address
that
just for the
201 University Boulevard, and I speak here not as a representative of faith, but I speak here as a representative, the pastor of Our Lady of Lourdes, and as a priest who serves our community. My phone number is out there. I get calls, I mean, you could call the church and they'll give you my private number. I get calls every other day, every other evening, every other night with people in need. It's very difficult for me to say no to Mary and Joseph looking for a place in the inn. So hopefully I can get all your cell phone numbers out there, because there is really nowhere for people to go. I'd like to say Vicki Andronopoulos is a person I've known for 20 years. She was rather wealthy, became mentally ill, was disowned by her family. Her 4 kids went to my school. She had triplets. One of the triplets died. She wasn't even allowed to go to the funeral. December 21st this past year, she died from being homeless. I take this personal. It's a person I know who died at 57 years old because we have not acted. We have not done what we can to help our brothers and sisters in need. So I do take it personal. I do get their phone calls. I deal with it all the time, and I need a place on weekends, at nights. Police officers call me. Father Phil, we've just evicted somebody at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. They're an 80-year-old couple. What can we do with them? Police officers are giving their money to put people in hotels. I can only put people in so many. I give them my credit card. I call the hotel. I'm nervous. What happens if they destroy the hotel room? It's on my credit card. But if you want to give me your credit cards, I can give those out as well, because there's a tremendous need in our community. People are left with nowhere to go. So I'm going to thank you.
Thank you. Charles Ferguson. Name and address.
Charles Ferguson, 44 Kent Drive, Ormond Beach, Florida, 32176. Mr. Chairman, I occasionally take early morning walks on our beautiful beach, and almost invariably I will see one or more homeless folk who have made the pavement their bed for the night. Sometimes they're in terribly pitiful and disheveled conditions. My concern is, what kind of impression does this make of our community to our people who are coming here for their once-a-year vacation? On April 27th at 7:30 p.m. in front of the Hilton Hotel, there was a group of homeless people who are very frequently there, but unfortunately one of them went into a very severe seizure. I went to try to assist them, but fortunately evac was on the way coming up the Broadwalk. And a family from Nashville, Tennessee was very concerned. And they said to me, you know, we thought we'd pick the best hotel in Volusia County, and now we see this happening. And I assured them that this was very unusual. And they assured me that next year they'd be going to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. We have to think about our bottom line. Our main industry is tourism. We must cherish it and protect it. We really do have a very difficult situation. Let's all work together to do something about it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Charles Smythe.
Hi, Charles Smythe, 250 Pelican Avenue, Daytona Beach, Florida. This is from the Huffington Post by Eleanor Goldberg on 12/1/2013. What they did up there in Columbia, South Carolina, they built a 240-person bed emergency shelter, and then the next thing you know, the police are going around the entire area, rounding up the homeless people and throwing them in there, and once you got in there, you couldn't get out. The police had all the roads going in and out of there blocked. You couldn't go out without an appointment, and the police escorted you to your appointment and brought you back. And so I have major reservations about, excuse me, about building any kind of homeless shelter right out by the jail. It's so close you can hit the jail with a slingshot out there. And I've seen in the paper lately where the police say, oh, if we take the people to the jail, they'll decide they'd rather go to the homeless shelter. Will they even be given a choice? And also in the Huffington Post at the same date, they had an article on the FEMA camps all over the country, and that's for people who are evicted when they lose their job and they can no longer pay their rent or can no longer pay their mortgage on their house and become homeless, and they just lock them up in the FEMA shelters all over the country. So I'd like to submit these into evidence for the county council and the county attorney to take a look at, and also tying in with the documents I'm submitting here regarding FEMA and the shelters and the homeless shelter in Columbia, South Carolina. You may have seen on national TV about a year and a half ago where a 16-year-old girl in Columbia wouldn't give up her cell phone. The school resource officer in the school threw down her desk, grabbed her by the throat, and threw her across the room. The cop, the police chief, and the school superintendent were all fired in that incident. And regarding the shelter here, who pays exactly how much for the shelter, and what happens after the 5 years expires? We need to start answering those questions as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Charles. Christopher Blake, I believe you said that you had to leave at 11, so if you're not here. Gabriel Varga.
My name is Gabriel Varga. I reside at 1226 Gamble Place, Daytona Beach, Florida. I'm the pastor at the Daytona Rescue Mission and pastor at the Ridgewood Avenue Baptist Church. I came here in 1992 and established a gospel rescue mission. I've been in the work of helping the homeless and caring for them for 40 years. I saw the great need here, and that's why I arrived here in 1992. I've been vitally involved with the homeless in this community for 25 years. I've seen a lot of things going on. If you could say, I know a lot about it. I've never seen anything happen to the extent of what is happening now that is just wonderful. My dear friend, personal friend, Mayor Henry, who is my dear brother in Christ too. And I see Glenn Ritchie here, past mayor, another one of my dear friends and brother in Christ, and other mayors and leaders of the business community and the political community. this is a great thing. I've been working personally with the First Step Board, been to their meetings, watched everything they've done, working with the political group, with the business community, and this is what we have to know. The people that I don't know are you folks. I'm pretty well in touch in the Daytona Beach area, in the cities. I know Deborah. We've been friends for many, many years. She's the only one I really know here well. And I want to encourage Deborah and all the rest of you to get behind this. This isn't a Daytona Beach problem. This is a county problem. And it's very important. We have to do it expediently, quickly. This meets all the federal requirements. We have to do this. It should have been done in the past, but we can do it now. Get behind it. I'm not telling you how much money to give and this and that, but be an important part of it. Be part of an answer, because Volusia County is so important, and you dear folks that are here. So I would act that even this very day, you would take some kind of action. Let's get this thing going, if you would, please. God bless each one of you.
Thank you, sir. Doyle Lewis.
Hello again. My name is Doyle Lewis. I started working when I was really young. I haven't stopped.
Address, please.
340 North Street, Daytona Beach, the homeless shelter. You're looking at a homeless man since 2010. Very well educated. Have no idea how I became homeless other than greedy bankers, because I can count money too. This is what I have to say. The homeless shelter is a very great thing that you're about to do, and I believe you will do it today. Early this morning, I was watching a woman walk right down the middle of International Speedway on the intersection of US 1. I almost seen her get killed. I'm sure she was homeless. I knew Vicki very well, Father Phil. The first time I was on the streets of Daytona, I walked her with a broken leg. She told me her whole story within 2 hours. The entire point about being a human being and being in office and being voted onto a board of any kind in America, especially Volusia County and Daytona Beach, is to make sure you take care of your sisters and brothers. They are walking these streets, being ran over by a motorcycle, by a bicycle, by semis, by trains every single day. The seconds that you waste between 1 minute and the next meeting, people are dying on the streets. And I know you're watching it. Half of them don't even make the paper because it just is bad news. I hope you vote this through, and I hope you continue doing the great things that you're doing. I've been working on this for about 10 years in Volusia County, and I didn't come here looking for money. I came here to help you, and I'm still going to do that. Have a nice day. My name is Doyle Lewis, and I'll be seeing you a lot more.
Thank you, Doyle. Jim Cameron. Jim, are you here?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Jim Cameron, Senior Vice President, Government Relations, Daytona Regional Chamber. And as a staff member for Daytona Regional Chamber, we've been working on this issue for at least 15 years that I can remember. We were very much a part of the establishment of the Homeless Assistance Center that went in at 340 or 330 North Street or so. And times have changed, and we feel that this facility here would be appropriate. We are in support of the First Step Shelter that's being proposed by the First Step Shelter, Inc.
So, thank you for your support.
Thank you, Jim. I guess this is Juanita Minton. And now I know it is.
I'm nervous, okay. Good afternoon, my name is Juanita Minton. I live at, 850 North Clyde Morris Boulevard, Daytona Beach, Florida, 32117. My question is, we are establishing the homeless shelters, and some of the clients that come through there are short-term, long-term, okay? And we know that we're trying to move them through as quickly as possible. But there's going to be times when somebody gets hurt in the shelter, as maybe somebody gets stabbed or hurt, or if the leg gets broken in the shelter. What financial aspect will they have? Will the shelter discharge them because there's no financial aspect for them? How will they get the financial aspect to recuperate if they have no place to stay, if the shelter puts them out? So that's my question. How will they be compensated remember, there wasn't their fault or whatever. So that's what I would just like to see, who's going to help them.
Thank you very much. Gloria Daly. I left the middle part out.
Good afternoon. My name is Gloria Melanie Daly. I live at 951 Dr. Mary McLeod Bethune Boulevard, Daytona Beach. And I'm concerned about transportation. The homeless shelter is a must. It has been a must for years. So we way behind time. We need to really move forward. But I'm concerned about transportation. I'm really concerned about transportation all over Daytona Beach. Votran to me, is just not doing it. I understand that's a county thing. And I've lived in other cities where where you could really move around the city. Votran is not, to me, doing a very good job. And I'm especially concerned about transportation for this shelter. It needs to be an all-the-time thing. If it gets cut off at a certain time and somebody gets left, now you still have homeless people within the confines of the city of Daytona Beach or whatever that could have possibly been in the shelter, because it's my understanding that they will be hopefully moving through, getting jobs, gainful employment, that kind of thing. They won't be there just all day long staying there. They'll be there for shelter, but moving around. And the transportation is a must. It's a very integral part. So when this is done, when you're planning this, transportation is a must. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Daly. I'm sorry I left your middle name out. I'm apologize. Mary Ann Connors. I got Mary Ann Connors' name because I know that she goes by Mary Ann. And now I know you go by Gloria Melanie.
Good morning. They told me I could hit the toggle switch. Look at that.
Name and address.
Mary Ann Connors, 36 Huntmaster Court, Ormond Beach, Florida. Thank you for this opportunity. I enjoyed a long career with the county, but that's not the basis for my comments today. Before I came to Volusia County, I spent 10 years in the criminal justice system working in jails and prisons. And that's really the foundation for my comments. My concerns with this proposal are very specific to the proposed location. Excuse me. Property out on Red John Road was always intended to be a county complex for services. It does not enhance or in any way support the purposes of the homeless shelter. I'm not opposed to a homeless shelter. My concern is specifically that this location will raise concerns with how it impacts the jail operation, and that the relationship between a homeless shelter and the jail operation will distort both purposes. It's not far from being the wink and a nod to rounding people up, and sure enough, we wind up confining people not because we must, but because we can. So in the hierarchy of things that need to occur, I would say that the proposal before you has the greatest danger in terms of directly harming county interest, both in the use of your land and the direct impact on jail operation. The site west of 95, owned by Daytona Beach, I equally question whether it can ever be effective. I believe that these programs are always most effective when they are most available, but it does not incur the same issues and problems in terms of a direct effect on county operation. And then thirdly, I think that the best investment of time and effort is in using the existing resources, expanding existing programs, doing all the things that are being proposed, but doing them where they are available, where they are accessible, and where they have the greatest chance for long-term impact. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mary Ann. And that's all the cards I have on it, and we'll go with Ms. Cusack. And I just wonder if we should have a summary kind of what, because we don't have anything in front of us. I'll go ahead.
I don't have, what I have is notes that I've taken from the proposals that has been presented to us. I think that this is, we're in a good place by, at least we're in the same room. And that's a step in the right direction. And I applaud the city of Daytona and all of you that are here in support of a homeless shelter. And I want you to know that I stand ready and willing to work with you to make that happen. I would like to talk about some things that I think that we ought to incorporate in our decision-making process here. First, the land. I'd like to see, and I don't know about where my colleagues are on this, but I'd like to see us, and you made mention of it, Mr. Mayor, that we could probably use the property that the city owns across the street. That is my proposal. I would like to see that happen. And Ms. Connors just alluded to that about as it relates to county property. Even, you own that property. It's in the unincorporated area. Now, I think that we ought to be in a position to help you. If you use your property, then we can help as far as the infrastructure for water and sewer in that area. We do that. I think that, and Mr. Eckers, you tell me if I'm going out of our parameters as to where we're trying to go, okay? And I think that we also will have to have that interlocal service boundary agreement so that you can make sure that from there you would annex that property. But first you gotta have that I understand you gotta have that agreement.
Yes.
I agree that we should give you $2 million to construct. I think that we ought to be in a position to help with the operations by providing full $400,000 for 5 years. I'd like to see us hold that money and give it to you every year. You don't have to come back, but on October 1, when we do our budget or whatever, that it would be there for that purpose. And the reason I say that, I don't want to tax future councils into something. I want to have that already in an agreement from this council, if it is supported by this council. I don't know. And I'd also like to see that we look at some means of transportation to address some of those concerns. But I think this is a working document, and I think that is something that would, if anyone would agree with some of the suggestions I have made, they would have to be in place for me to feel comfortable being a good steward of taxpayers' dollars and land use. What do you think
Transportation
about
would
that?
have to be all of what you have said, I think, on behalf of the First Step Shelter Board and certainly the city, I think we would be running out of here happy glad with what you've stated. As it relates to transportation, that is not something that we have addressed, but I believe that through the use of some form of a pass or something that the shelter board would accommodate or compensate for transportation to the shelter by use of Votran. Certainly, most of the people who are going to need this service, we are going to have to, as a larger community, pursue them. So in part of that pursuit, we certainly are going to have to provide them with transportation, and I think that the board will at some point certainly be prepared to address that.
I just want to make sure that we have that on the table so that we don't have to come back and say, well, we didn't address transportation. So that's a good thing. And then I noticed in your memorandum of understanding, it says that the county will be responsible for helping to get additional tax dollars from other folk. Tell me what are you talking about?
That primarily means that as we move forward to, say, ask the state or other agencies, that you would be in compliance to say that you would sign off as a letter of encouragement that this would be a program that you support.
Okay. That's within reasonable.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think that would be good to be specified, letters of intent of a support of documents that you've done, that kind of thing.
Absolutely.
Job well done. I'm pleased that we're here, and I think that we can get some understanding and an agreement that we could, at that time, draft something, if it passed. I don't know where my colleagues are with this, but I don't think we can vote that out today because we don't have a document with these kind of changes in it yet.
Okay.
But I feel comfortable that we would, if you would agree, and if the council agrees, then maybe we might can move in that direction.
I think that what would need to transpire is that you all would have to have your staff to task to make the changes that you purport and then bring them to us. And I don't see any problem as it relates to our board or the city of Daytona Beach. But let's because the real issue here is just getting it done, getting it put on paper, and letting us see what you want. What you said, I think I can speak affirmatively without a doubt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
I find it interesting that this was not even presented to your commission, to your meeting before it came to council, and I'll expound on that. So, looking at what you presented here on page 05-69 in section 5, paragraph A2, the fine print states at the end, if it is of such nature that it cannot be cured within the sub-45-day period that the city is actively pursuing commencement of operations, the city shall convey the property back to the county. Here we go again. We said at the beginning, when we started this, we're not going to own it. We're not going to own it. But here it is in the fine print. So, I don't know how many of you were here at the last county council meeting from Faith, or the rest of you, when I passed out those PowerPoints on Hope Place with a contract, the PowerPoint from the great project from the city of DeLand with their contract, and the smaller $45,000 grant that we gave to the homeless home in New Smyrna Beach for high school seniors. What all three of those projects had in common was unanimous support from this council. and the previous councils. And this council, stating especially with the city of DeLand that that's our litmus test, that's what we want to see. That's how you set it up for success. That's what we said. And last year, when this first came, I think it was February, I call it the Red Line Edition, when this council, the previous council, set forth the contract to the city of DeLand for $4 million and the land. We did that. In Daytona. Yeah, for the land. It was for the land. For $4 million and the land. That's exactly what happened. What we got back from the city was what I call the Red Line contract. This Red Line contract, if you put it up next to this, is pretty much the same of what we sent back, with a few names and corporations and things changed. But back then, the request was for $4 million, and we agreed to $4 million in construction and the land. And at that point, it was a bigger facility with a footprint. This footprint is probably 25% less than what the original request was, but yet the request is for twice as much land. Now, I've been sitting through this for a couple years now, listening to this. And I have several concerns here, as you know, and I've stated and this is for the record, this is not news, that I'm not going to support anything for operating costs, and I'm not. And here is where I'm going to go on the record here. I had a call, the mayor asked to meet with me, and I took that appointment Monday in my office here. Pastor Varga, I really wish you had been there. At that meeting, I attempted several times to give that package that I dispensed here in Chambers to Mayor Henry, to which it was pushed back on my desk. He didn't want to see it. Because basically what he said, well, that's not Daytona. This is bigger than that. Well, I'm sorry. Hope Place is 200 beds for women and children. And my comment was, and is, I will not discriminate between projects, between cities, and certainly what we're trying to do to help our citizens. And for the record, we have a pretty good record, and I think in that deck sheet you'll see the council over the last 5 years has invested close to $42 million. This year alone, almost 5 years, we're going to be looking at our CAFA report, finance report. We're at $5 million so far this year. So we are on the record supporting good programs that are sustainable. And as I was looking at our agenda, as I go further, here's, council, this is why I'm going to say what I'm going to say here to close up, because I don't know where we're going to go. But on page 3 of 17, and it is, as is in every one of our agendas, in Title VI non-discrimination policy states, the county believes that the best programs and services result from careful consideration of the needs of all of its communities. And when those communities are involved in the public policy and governmental services decision-making process. Thus, Volusia County does not tolerate discrimination in any of its various programs, services, or activities. So should this council, should a directive go forth to support this, if the votes are there, if that's what the directive is, then I will make an amendment that we go back and amend the contract with Hope Place, the City of DeLand, and Kudas Unhooked to proportionately dispense operating costs and not discriminate within those contracts that we said we wouldn't do. We said we wouldn't do it. We said we wouldn't do it, and here we are. Here we are. So I'm just saying, council, that if this is a direction that we want to go, we're going to have a fair playing field. That being said, I believe our meeting lasted a total of maybe 12 minutes, and here's where it ended. Was when the mayor said to me, "You think Beach Street was well orchestrated? Wait till you see what happens at the Ocean Center with the Shriners. I said, say that again to me one more time, please. And the mayor repeated to me, you think Beach Street was well orchestrated? Wait till you see what happens at the Ocean Center and the Shriners. I said, this meeting is over. This discussion is over. Please leave my office and this building. And I got up and walked him out of my office to my administrator's desk. At that point, I was in such shock of what I just heard. Basically, if you don't give us what we want.
Mr. Chair, I don't think that is appropriate, those kind of
No,
comments.
I
because
agree
Ms.
100%.
Cusack,
That
Ms.
that
Cusack,
is not appropriate.
It-
I agree with you. It
Yeah.
was not appropriate, but this is my time, and I'm going on the record. And Mr. Hargrove, our attorney, was in the hallway. I didn't know what to do. I called him into my office. I said, can you please come in and speak with me? I've got to tell you what just happened here. I said, what do I do with this? What do I do with this?
Well,
I'm going, no, counsel, I'm going on the record with this. I'll probably get overvoted, but to negotiate, I have never, ever, in any issue, worked or had those types of threats leveled against an organization that if we don't get our way, look out. That's basically what I heard. And it was intimated here again today.
let's bring something back to a little bit of what is paramount in the discussion as we go forward. And
It is, it's negotiating in good faith,
Excuse
Mr.
me.
Chair.
I understand that, and that's what we're trying to do now. We're trying to arrive at a place where we can make a difference in the lives of the people. You've had some things. I'm going to try to bring this back. I never voted. I don't think this council has never voted that we have a hard, fast rule that we're not going to do anything but contribute money without operational cost. The only comment was made, you made the comment in closing comments, and it was a here from Dr. Lowry. There was no other vote. Ms. Cusack said, I'm not against it. There was no formal vote. So I really don't want to hear that. I don't want to get in an argument about it. We can go back and pull the minutes. Let's just don't go there. Let's look at what we have here. We have a city, we have a 501c3 that has been working. We have the citizens that have been working. I've been involved in this for almost 4 years since Judge Bell Schulman came to VCOG. We've all been working behind the scenes. Ms. Post has been to Tallahassee. She's been to all kinds of meetings. No, and I'm not saying that in a bad way. We know, and I've said for years, it's a countywide problem that we're dealing with. And it's going to take a countywide Herculean effort to solve it or to make a dent in it. And that's what I want to focus on. I'm sorry for personality clashes that get into it, but let's set those aside right now.
Mr. Chair,
Try to-
let me finish my comments. This was not a personality conflict. That was not a personality conflict, please.
Okay.
It was not, but I had to go
I
on
thought you
the
had
record.
finished. I'm sorry.
I had not.
I'm not surprised. Sorry.
Do you want to talk personality conflict?
Give it to me, man.
So here's the thing. If the council's going to do this, we've got to amend those other contracts, and we've got to give them the operating dollars, because we set a different bar for them. So, with that
okay.
council.
I think
We
what,
gave them what they asked for.
yeah, and I think that,
They didn't.
sorry.
They didn't ask for operational costs.
We
They-
said it wasn't
They gave us
available.
a proposal.
Okay, excuse me.
We who said it?
Let's order one at a time or two at a time or something. It's, Ms. Dennis, you do not make the rule for the entire council. You can say what you would want, but sorry. And I hate to be this way. I try to be warm and fuzzy and nice, but just because you say it doesn't make it so. You can suggest that this council go back and
That's
adopt.
that's
But
exactly
to say
what
it
I
as
said.
if it's an absolute is not the case. And let's summarize where we are and what we want to go. And I know we have others. I always have to speak last for some reason. I guess either that or I just take it I should. And I don't really think I need to keep speaking last, because I think I should try to bring things to where we are. Ms. Cusack has pointed out, the property which you referenced is not the property of coming back to us, because I'm going to propose that we look at exactly what Ms. Cusack laid out. using the Daytona property, helping to supply the utilities to that particular property, provide the funding for up to $2 million for the initial cost of the construction, up to $400,000 a year to be paid for the operational cost of the facility, paid at the same time that Daytona Beach pays their $400,000. If in the point in time that it happens that $400,000 isn't necessary because additional money is raised, which I believe it will be, then I'm proposing that we also reduce our proportional share. And I hope that in 7 years that facility is no longer necessary. And you had committed, this previous council had committed to spending $4 million for a project. I don't want to build a retirement community. I want to build a bus stop so people can go through and get the help that they need. And this is what has come out of this. And I've been talking in the community to community people, and these are some of the things I've seen. I know each of you have been involved as well. I think what we have before us is something that could, and I'm going to give everyone else a chance to talk. Don't get me wrong. What I'm saying is just what I feel. It doesn't mean that it's going to be voted on or anything like that. But this is what I would like for us to do, is to direct the attorney to develop and to work with along these guidelines. And if you don't agree with it when it comes back, then obviously we don't agree. But if we can get the votes to do that, let's try to move this forward. We have to do something, folks. And we just can't just do nothing. We have to make that first step, right? And I think then we make the first step, and everything else will be added unto it. The Homes First will be a partner. HUM will be a partner. And I've said this for over a year, that everything else is going to be added unto this, because once we start, the CEO Business Alliance is going to be helping us, and they're going to be stepping up. The community is going to be stepping up, and they're going to say, look, the county and the cities are working together again to try to make a dent in our community. It's going to help us from economic development prosperity. It's going to keep us off the front page of the New York Times and the London Times. It's going to we're not going to be like the town in South Carolina. I know I'm getting kind of speechy here, but I'm really just want to just make a difference, and I'll listen to everyone else, and if you don't agree to at least, or you can add or take away or something like that, but that's where I feel we should go, and let's just focus on the issue and go from there. Dr. Lowry.
Thank you. I could care less what the New York Times thought about anything, just to be honest with you.
I agree.
But, you know,
businesses didn't.
The previous council, I remember that meeting a little differently. I did more than a hear, because when I got an opportunity to talk, I expressed the idea that we had made a commitment not to do operating costs, period. Yes, we gave DeLand what they wanted, but they didn't ask for operating costs because that was not part of the picture. And I know Mayor Apgar's here today, and I hypothetically would have posed a question to him, had operating costs been available, would you guys have asked for it? I figure you would have, and the same thing with Hope Place. But we were adamant that that was not going to be ever part of the picture. And I even brought that up, that after Ms. Denny spoke, I even brought that up and said that was a position, we can change that position, but then nobody said anything. So while there was no motion and so forth, I still feel like that's our position. It's my position. I feel like if someone said, I can't remember who said a while ago, but if we are going to give operating costs in this situation, then we do need to go back and revisit the other two and see what we can do in regard to that. Didn't we commission formally, informally, the three wise men to look at some options and so forth for us in regard to that? Am I remembering that right? Because I see some of them here today, and I don't know if they're on board.
That must have been last year.
Right, but I mean.
Previous commission.
Right. I'm just
council.
curious, since some of them are here, are you guys on board with this program? I asked that question. Is that appropriate? Okay. Are you all? Okay. Sure. I would like to have them not be very lengthy, but just maybe just generally expressed, because I see a lot of wisdom here, and we've relied on them before.
Well, it's the three wise men and the wannabe.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm Sam Willett, 412 Black Oak Lane. Ray Salazar, 2 Pueblo Trail in Ormond Beach.
Jeff White, 154 12th Street, Holly Hill, Florida.
Was Mr. Bell a part of the Three Wise Men?
Pardon me?
He's out of town.
Yeah.
Chet's out of town, but I know his
We
position.
did get something from him in support of
Yes.
this proposal.
Oh, okay.
I have had numerous conversations with Chet Bell, and he's not in support of this.
We got an email.
I would, well,
You got an email that they requested a workshop.
yeah, requested a workshop.
That's what his body.
Yeah, it was not in support of this.
Right.
If I may, I know in the interest of time, I'm chairman of the commission. The commission, as you all know, is charged with the strategy, overall strategy for the county for trying to end homelessness. In February, we had a workshop where we reviewed in detail an earlier iteration of this basic same proposal, and we voted not to support that proposal.
Okay.
Now, it is
I think
this-
that was your question. Did you want to hear more?
Yeah, not really. I just wanted to see what your all's thoughts were on that, for length of time.
We did a workshop, we reviewed it in detail, and we voted as a commission not to support it.
Okay.
And I met with them individually and collectively over the time and have talked to them each individually and understand and as we all have, I guess.
Okay.
I do want to clarify that the commission is in support of emergency shelter. We've supported what is happening in DeLand. We've supported Hope Place. We support a shelter on the east side of the county that is within a populated area. That was one of the most important criteria. And I will add that we've gone to a number of experts, both in Florida and throughout the nation, and talked to them about this, shared this report, and they have all come back to us to say the location is defective, that it will not be effective as a shelter. And that was the overwhelming feedback.
And I know this is on your time, but I want to compliment what y'all have done as far as placing the number. I think it's over 200 within the last year that you have placed into homes. I know.
Actually, together with the Salvation Army and the emergency bed program by the Salvation Army, it was over 500, and that's one of the reasons.
The last year, though.
In the last year, and that's one of the reasons why
The homeless
unsheltered
count's down
individuals
below.
reduced by over 25%.
But, and I would hope that whatever happens from this point, that you would all stay involved and put it down to where we only maybe have 50 or 60 homeless, because I think you can be an integral part. We depend upon you to be an integral part in your services that you provide, because y'all are outstanding in doing that. I joke with you about being the 3 wise men. I didn't coin that.
I'm
but-
absent-minded and I can't remember names, so that was why I
Well, we
referred
do
that.
need to be an integral part.
It's better than the Three Stooges.
That's right. I didn't do that one either.
We do need to be an integral part, but I will say that the commission has, other than our workshop, we have not been involved in this. We have not been invited to participate in this project. We've gotten communication from Eric Braun, who's with the Department of Families and Children, saying one of the problems with this program is that it not having the support of the Commission on Homelessness is very tangible to the state government. They want to see everyone together and work on a plan together, and they don't see that right now.
Well, thank you very much.
I just
Mr.
wanted to
Dr.
maybe throw out the idea to my colleagues here today. I'm certainly not ready to vote on anything today. There was documents sent to me yesterday I could not open up. I didn't get that information until this morning. But I'm wondering, this is important. This is a big deal. I'm just wondering if we shouldn't maybe arrange some kind of a workshop, emergency kind of a workshop to get together really quick to work out these details, let things be presented that they have, the fellows that just spoke, and to come together on that. But I'm certainly not ready to vote on anything today. There's too many, there's several million reasons why I'm not ready to vote on things today. I'm trying to be a good steward of the citizens' money. But I just want to throw out the idea and let my colleagues think about it, if we would maybe want to refer this to another time to get together. I'm not talking about 10 months from now. I'm talking about very soon to do something very quick. So that's my final comments.
Okay.
And include the
Donna.
Coalition of Homeless? too?
Yes, yeah, please. Yes, include them as well.
Donna, DePeister, you want to pull your name off? Aha. Mr. Patterson. Somebody punched your button for you over there.
I punched my own button here.
No, I was talking about Donna.
I know, I'm just kidding around here. I got this interlocal agreement, I did go through it, and of course, I'm, in favor of city-owned land. I want this, this is a City of Daytona Beach project, and if it goes on our county land, it becomes our project. I want it, whatever. I don't have faith in it. I really do not have faith in the project. I do not think it's going to accomplish what everybody seems to think it's going to be doing. I'm not in favor of any operating costs for the facility. I don't have problems with up to $2 million, reimbursing up to $2 million. I don't want to cut loose with $2 million. But it's and mainly because of the money that the county is already putting out for homeless shelters. On top of that, the agreements that we made with the land and with Hope Place was that there wouldn't be any operating money for these things, and if this was done at a workshop, and I remember it, and if you're telling me, well, it doesn't really mean anything, then I don't want to attend any more workshops that this council will do if we're not going to really do what we say we do and come out of the workshop agreeing to it. And there was an agreement on the operating costs on that. One of the things that concerns me on Section 10 of this interlocal agreement, it says all parties have participated equally in the drafting and preparation of this agreement. So who on county staff worked on this with the city? I'm hearing crickets here. Did anybody on the county staff work with the city?
I'm not sure that's the one, but I thought that was the one that was presented from a year ago, Dan?
Parts of it are.
Parts of it.
Parts, but there was a the city submitted a red line draft on, we transmitted a draft on January 29, 16. They submitted a red line draft on February 9, 16. And the version in its current form, which there's substantial modifications to parts of it, was received by me along with you by email this last Monday.
Okay, well, it just gave the impression that what we're looking at today was worked on by, the county staff was involved in that.
No, and one way most particularly I would not recommend the policy is yours, the contributions, but I recommend your agreement be with the City of Daytona Beach and only with the City of Daytona Beach.
Okay. I have problems with the transportation issue there, considering the hit that would come to our general fund by providing the kind of transportation that some people are asking for. I remember a few years back with the old council, we were trying to get a little extra money to help us from the cities, and they basically turned us down on helping us, because we wanted looking at expanding our services, and we didn't get any help. We did no offers at all. And I'm not ready to vote on this. I'm not ready to take this, move it forward, or do anything with it at this point. There's just too many issues here. And I'm really trying to get a better handle. I keep hearing this talk of Pottinger as if it's the law of the land, but I'm also hearing that it's not necessarily. It's just that was a settlement that was agreed to, or what?
Pottinger is a case involving the city of Miami which resulted from a consent order, and then there was subsequent litigation over the modification over the consent order.
So it applied only to the city of Miami? Does it apply
By its terms, there are other cases involved in other locales, and one Orlando and I believe St. Petersburg also.
So we haven't been brought into this whole issue of Pottinger at this point?
No.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm finished.
Okay. Ms. Post.
Mr. Eckert, since we brought up the Pottinger, could you just give, what you gave was not a layman term explanation of Pottinger. I think we're all aware of the Pottinger issue, but There have been many misunderstandings about this whole issue in the public, so if you could just give a very, very short
Sure,
synopsis
and
of
I'm
that for the
somewhat
public.
trusting my memory because I didn't review it within the last few days. But Pottinger was an order to which the city of Miami agreed to had to do with the provision of homeless shelter as an alternative so that the city could enforce its ordinances. There was subsequent litigation over that consent order where the city tried to be relieved of some of its obligations, and I don't think the court entirely did that. There have been other cases. So Pottinger is somewhat limited in its precedential value because the city agreed to what was to be enforced. But there are other cases which follow along the lines. I don't know if I've answered your question or not yet. It was an agreement, not a ruling, and then the court, a modification of that agreement was sought by the city of Miami at a later point in time. The court did not relieve it of its obligations entirely.
So that is the very technical term, or the technical answer, but
it's hard.
Just can you explain maybe in terms of Sheriff Chitwood's not here, is he? No, or Deputy Chief Creamer? No. Okay. Well, I was just trying to get the public a good explanation as to, or maybe
essentially,
Mayor Henry, you could give
the case law.
to explain.
My understanding of it, and I don't claim to be an expert of it, but you can't criminalize a person's status. And so if you're going to enforce the ordinances, the person's had to be able to. You can't penalize normal human activities. So if you're going to arrest someone for sleeping in the park, you have to provide them a reasonable alternative. That would be one example.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to hear. I'm just trying to make sure that the public understands. I know they're hearing about Pottinger. I just want to make sure they understand it. Thank you.
And so one of the questions here would be, is this a reasonable alternative?
Okay. Let's see. I have a couple things. So I do want to say I'm very, very happy, that we're at least to this point, that we are talking, that the cities are talking with the county, that we are actually in dialogue over this. This has been a many-year process. I think Jim Cameron mentioned, 10, 15 years. This has been going on for forever. So I am elated that at least we are in conversation about this. And I have been trying to meet with many different groups, many of which are all in opposition of each other on what they think is the best, and they all have the best interest of the citizens in their hearts, and I agree, I know that. But I have been meeting with them to try and get as much information as possible, and I know that other members of the council have as well, to really, truly get the whole perception on this issue. So this is not something that I have been taking lightly, and I don't want to speak for the whole council, but I'm just very, very happy that we are at least to this point, and that we are speaking. So in terms of, Councilwoman Denny's brought up about a conversation, but I would say that, if I've been in this office for 3 months, and if I were to come up here on the dais and bring up every conversation, political conversation that I have had with any one person or group where there has been tremendous posturing and absurdity, we would be here all day. So we just have to say, where are we at now? It is what it is, and let's really work together and make some decisions. I'll tell you, I'm in favor of the city land because I really think that the county land should be used for the county compound, per se. In terms of matching the operational costs, I would be in agreement with operational costs personally, in the regards that Chair Kelly mentioned, where if, up to a certain amount, and then if the city was not willing or not able, or for whatever reasons did not put up that full amount that year, we would only be giving matching costs. So, what's good for you is good for us. And in addition, I would like to say that when it comes to pulling in operational costs or any additional monies from the cities, because in looking at the budget, there's an area at the top that is empty for operational costs, correct? Where there's no, you're not exactly sure where that last amount is going to come from, and hopefully it's going to come from the other cities in the room. Hint, hint. But I do not want us to be responsible for that final portion, and you are bringing this forward, and I would expect that you would be responsible for that final portion. Additionally, if for some reason this were not, if it did fail for any reason, or 2 years from now you decided to build a condo there or something, I would like something in this, some type of wording that were to reimburse the county in some way. And I'm only saying this personally, but something to entice and to make sure that every effort is made to make it a truly, truly successful venture. So whatever and however we could make that happen, I would like something in there to
Okay.
Yeah.
Just, we certainly wouldn't want to agree to reimbursing, but believe me, the City of Daytona Beach's commitment is for 5 years. We didn't make it 2 years, we didn't make it 1 year. So we are on the hook each year for $400,000. So we have no plan to go less than that, because we have no plan to operate a second-rate facility. We plan, as well as the First Step Shelter Board, and as well as all of the people here and throughout the community who are committed to this project, at creating a project that will be a model for our region. So the commitment is there, and we're not going to try to back out of that in any way as a city. As it relates to this facility could grow. I know none of us wants to hear that, but the way that we've planned it, we do have the space for it to grow, and we have looked at some alternatives if that became necessary. Because the option is, when you talk about Pottinger compliance, only the cities that participate will be Pottinger compliant. And that's one of the main reasons why this is an important venture, is so that we are Pottinger compliant and that we don't run the risk of being sued. So the space is there for it to grow, and we have identified some sources that, even in conversation with you, that could possibly bring that to fruition. But the hope is that it would be successful enough that that won't happen. But the reality is that if you look at Miami, you look at Pinellas County, and you look at their size and their growth, they have always needed a shelter. And while I would like to believe that it will never be a vacation site, we're always going to need these shelter beds. And that's just the probability of reality.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. And I'm trying to think of all right, I'm not going to say all that, but so I think the final point is, you know, we really just need to be looking out for the citizens of Volusia County, and it is a county problem, and I'm all for working towards a solution, so.
Thank you. Ms. Wheeler?
Wow, finally got to me, so ditto,
Well,
ditto.
I think you will eventually learn to push that button real quick.
I thought I did, just wasn't quick enough. I am also supportive of all the efforts, Mayor Henry, that you have stepped up to the plate and taken the lead on this. I do think the county needs to be involved. I am also for using Daytona's land, and that possibly we could agree on providing the utilities there, but I would definitely be supportive of that. And as far as the financial and the construction of your facility. As far as the financial obligation, I think we still have some discussion on that. However, I would not be supportive of ongoing capital, but as some of us discussed, the possibility of a certain figure that has an end and dispersed over 5 years, something like that, to see if it's going to work. Again, reflecting off of the city. If the city comes up with their portion, then possibly, but only for a period of time at this point. Yeah, at 5 years was what I was saying. I really think we're really close, and it needs to be done. This has just been going on. I know Ed spoke about being on it with the Volusia Council of Government. I was on it while I was the president of the Volusia League of Cities, passionate at that time, still passionate. I think we're this close. I think this is the answer. We just may not have all the puzzle parts put together. I would really like to propose a workshop for council, having, again, the players at the table that we can bounce the thoughts and concerns and maybe come to agreements on some of these things. I also have the concern with the transportation. My concern is what happens when you get them out there and they need a day job? Are we going to be transporting them back and forth? And the other concern that I have, and I really want to be in a council where we can openly discuss this thing, because like Commissioner Post says, and all the rest of us, we're all hearing, you know, plans. We've all heard all of the plans and all the good things. We need to be able to discuss it at one time together. But one of the concerns that I had was, you know, I know North Street is going to continue to stay open. Will be staying open. So my concern is, as with Mr. Lewis had said that, you know, he lives there, what's to keep him from not still living there, and the other ones, you know. So those are just questions that I would like to ask. I'm in support of where we're heading, and we're almost there. There's just a few things that I think we all need to sit down and discuss to get that, get to the point that we can all feel that we're in a compromise situation. But definitely the land is one option that I would like to propose.
As I said, we're fine with the land. The reason that we wanted it on county property was that it is shovel-ready, but the land in Daytona Beach is an additional $500,000 essentially to put it on that land. But we are ready to do that, and I assure you that the transportation issues would be addressed, and we will address the transportation issues within budget, and I think we'll be able to do that.
And I'm sure you all would be willing to come back if we did plan a workshop, that we could freely have this communication and work through all of those little dotting the i's and all of that. I think that would be a really good idea for all of us. That's what I'm suggesting.
Let me just throw this out there. I'm not in favor of workshopping anything else. You know, it's time to move on. You're not going to get in a workshop the answer that's going to say we're going to have bus service 24/7. You're not going to get these answers unless we're going to get a unanimous support from this commission, this council. And you're going to be supportive, which I would really like for all of us to be supportive. And I personally don't need any additional information other than to get something put to paper that we can actually debate and discuss on a final form. Then if that comes about, if Ms. Post, if it doesn't provide a clawback, which I don't feel that it should, I hope that wouldn't be a deal breaker for you. Well, a clawback, in other words, if it, and we're all hoping that it's going to work. It will work to some degree, period. We know that it's going to work. And Daytona's guaranteeing that they're putting their money up. You're going to have, once they see that there's an agreement between all of us, it's going to work within the whole entire community, because you're going to have people out there working day and night to make sure that it works and it's successful, because we don't want to face the homeless. We need to do something. Ms. Cusack, I'll give you the final, semi-final word.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. I need to let council know that Josh Wagner and I both agreed when it was going to cost $2 million to build the facility, that we could use $2 million for operation. Now, I don't know whether you didn't hear it, Deb, or you didn't hear it, Fred, I don't know. But I never once said that we could not use operation. Let's just put that out there right now. And even if I had said it, as a council member, I have the prerogative to make a decision when I want to. That's what I think is the best interest of the people that I represent. That's just the way I operate.
Thank you.
If you tell me one thing, and you come back when I was in the legislature, if I tell you I'm going to propose something or agree with something, if something happens that changed my mind, I'll come and tell you that. But don't you think that you have the authority to tell me that I can't change my a position? Because I got here just like everyone else got here. And many of you, I know, didn't vote for me to get here. It's the folk out there that voted for me to get here.
Okay.
So I just want that to be on the record. Chet Bell, Mr. Chair. Chet Bell, he did talk about a workshop, but he never once said he opposed this position. If you can check the email, it's public record. But I certainly, he did not say that he supported it. Transportation, I believe that transportation will be addressed as you have said. I think that I'm not in favor of another workshop. We have workshops thanks to death. And so I think it's time that we need to move. I appreciate your indulgence here today. Thank you for coming. Mayor Henry, I don't want you to go away thinking that I would talk to you in any way other than in a respectful way.
That is all that you have ever done, and as God is my witness, it is only my goal to respect all people, all elected people, and to interact in a positive and professional manner. I appreciate you all's time and appreciate your consideration.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Dennis, real quick, let's try to.
I would support a workshop on this particular issue with the Coalition on Homeless, and to work through some of these issues if we really want to work through them. If not, I think it's like we know where it's going to go to begin with and just go there. So either workshop it or call it, one of the two.
Call it. You want a workshop, Pat?
Why do I want to do a workshop that when we get back in here, we're going to flip on to something else? It's a waste of time.
Okay.
I mean, you've already proved that, because I remember sitting there in that last workshop, it was all of us. What we agreed to, there seemed to be a general consensus amongst us of what we were willing to do, and now we're doing something totally different. So why drag me in there? I'll just,
Okay.
you guys do your workshop, I'll come by when you get done, and, I'll either vote for it or I'll vote against it, but I don't.
Brett, do you want a workshop?
I don't want to be disappointed.
Heather?
I just want to see,
Let's get
is
this real
Pat
quick.
talking about the workshop, our open discussion workshop that we had this council?
Yeah.
I believe Commissioner Cusack said she was in favor of operational costs. I believe Councilwoman Wheeler and myself all said we were in favor of operational costs at the workshop.
I think there was a general agreement on what we were going to offer, and operational costs, to me, did not come in. I want to get a copy of that tape, and then I'll listen to it.
So you don't need a workshop? Okay, Fred does, Deb does, Billy, you don't need a workshop.
I have some questions that I still don't have answered. I mean, are you asking me to sign something?
No, no, no. we're asking-
Okay, okay.
What I'm
then-
asking is that we have the attorney draw up a basic agreement contract with the city of Daytona Beach. It'll be between us and them. What they do is with First Step, what they do with the Catholic Charities is that. It will be summarized something like this. Initial amount for construction, an amount spread out over a period of 5 years of up to $400,000 per year based upon the contributions by the city of Daytona Beach. All the money will be set aside up front, but be drawn down each year with operational cost. And it will be on your land. We will either provide or help provide the transfer of the utilities across the road to the Daytona Beach property, and the property will be annexed into the city of Daytona Beach. And we will actively help and engage in helping any way we can, obtaining additional funding, whether it be through the state, federal government, or whatever ways that we can help get funding. And have an agreement that's just pretty straightforward like that. We can come back and work toward that. I'd like for maybe if the city attorney could work with Jim, your city attorney, y'all could work that together so you don't come back where you redline each other's comments to start with. Then we could have something we could either move forward, vote it up or down, and move forward from that point. Does that sound agreeable?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I think if we're going to be doing all that for the project that the city of Daytona Beach wants, we should include the land and Hope Place in there.
Well, just,
I cannot see.
I've already asked the city of DeLand, and I've talked with the mayor, not promising him anything, but I have talked to him, and they actually approached the county manager saying, well, if you're going to do that for them, you need to do something for us. So I think it's worth it entertaining a discussion with the city of DeLand.
I think the city of DeLand will probably, and Hope Place will probably have problems getting future sponsors if they know that what the city of Daytona is getting as operating expenses or whatever this program, whoever this program is involved with. But I really think that that's going to create a problem for these other projects that we've worked so hard to help put together. So I would not want to exclude them.
I would certainly be willing that we bring back the city of DeLand to talk with. I think that's worthwhile doing that. And
Hope Place.
I think that if they need to come back, Mr. Chair, they
Yes.
will come back to approach us for additional funding. If that's,
let's
why
move-
should we
let's
go
move-
out to
let's
ask
move
to
this
give
one
out?
forward.
Let's move forward.
Let's move this
If they
one
need
forward.
additional funding, the Me Too clause, then they come and
Come
present
back.
that Me Too clause. But I don't think we need to pursue that.
No.
There is no Me Too clause. There is no Me Too clause does not exist.
No.
Well, whatever they need to do. If they need more money, they can come back. They've never been shy about coming back before.
Well, I think we'll wind up this discussion on this one, and thank all of you for being here, supporting this, and for or against. We appreciate your comments, and we're going to close the bell on this one for now and move forward. Let's hope. We'll move on to item number 6. I'm sorry? I'm sorry. Yes, yes. To create what we said along those lines.
I think you needed to get a council consensus, Mr. Chair.
I thought I had it from Heather, Billy.
No, you did, you have to get consensus. You can't just state it.
You didn't want a workshop. You wanted to move forward with those items that we outlined, I thought, Ms. Post. Official consensus. Yes.
I was
And
asking
Mr.
for a
Cusack.
workshop, that's all I was asking.
What?
Well, do
Let's make
we
it
need a motion then, Mr. Chair, that we would move forward with asking our attorney to draft?
Those lines that I outlined.
Yes.
Do we need a motion on that?
What,
You making that motion?
that would be my motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second it. That's fine.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Opposed.
I think it's 4-3.
That's
Moving
correct.
forward. Sorry. I just,
Mr. Chair, the one thing that's really bothered me and I'm calling a point of order. This kind of stuff has got to stop. If you're going to put up with it, your job as a chair is to make sure that there's a proper decorum in here when it comes to the audience. So please, could you just stop this kind of stuff from continuing?
Yes, sir. Please leave quietly. I said, please leave quietly. What do you want me to say? Jeez. I was not intended in mocking anybody. I was just saying, please leave quietly. Jesus. Jeez. We're not taking a break, so do you have anything else to say? We're moving on to item 6. You have your commonly known audit, which we all have reviewed. I'm on, but they're not on. I'm on. And
Hold on one second, she's getting her book.
pardon?
She's getting her material.
Oh, we're not going to go through that material.
No.
No, we're not. No, we're not going through it line item by line item.
That's right. Who?
Oh, jeez.
Who?
Oh. At least we can laugh about it. Donna, we're on. I think we should be rolling. And I know you have the report. Each of us has met individually
Yes.
with the representative for James L. Moore.
Yep. Good afternoon. I'm Donna DePeister, Deputy County Manager, CFO. We can begin on page 1 of the comprehensive. Oh,
I don't know.
excuse me. It's my pleasure to present to you the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, or what we call the CAFR, for the fiscal year ended September 30th, 2016. This report is prepared by the staff of the Accounting Division, of which the Director and the Assistant Director are here today, both Ryan Osowski and Len Rice. It's prepared by the Accounting Division, and it's not an easy report to prepare, and it does require a high degree of technical skill and knowledge to produce the report. Each year, we submit our report for a thorough review by the GFOA, our professional organization, so that we can receive their award for excellence in financial reporting, which we have received and continue to receive since 1977. So our 40th year is coming up. That's going to be kind of cool. Also to note, this award is also recognized in bond rating agencies. It helps our ratings to be more favorable. In fact, we have jumped 2 levels to AA- rating from Fitch a couple of weeks ago on our TDT bonds when we were reviewed. In their report, they said the county reflects the county's strong financial resilience evidenced in high reserves, as well as low levels of liabilities, solid spending control, and expectations for slow general revenue growth going forward. So it's excellent that the council has supported our conservatism in the way that we handle our financial affairs. I have also brought along a condensed version of the CAFR, which we call it the baby CAFR. It's along with the CAFR. These are available online. We have them available in print and form as well, and you should, if you wish to take them to meetings and et cetera. For the new council members, this is something you may not be aware that we have, and we have others available should you need them. With that, I'm going to turn it over to James Moore, your auditors, and they will present the report to you.
Thank you for presenting the report.
That's a little less than 3 minutes, you know.
We spent an hour and a half on it, but
Mr. Chair, we did.
and if you think it's difficult to prepare, you ought to try to interpret it.
Mr. Chair,
But yes.
I think that all the council members have been briefed, and unless you have any questions, I think that's the point you're trying to get at.
That's the point.
Actually, last year, I think we even ended it quicker.
Last year was even quicker, and
Serve at your guys' pleasure. So
you know
whenever
my position on this.
I can
I didn't know it was a CAFR for several years, so I always thought it was an audit. And anyway, it is an audit, also referred to as a comprehensive annual financial report.
So unless you have questions.
Any questions of the council? Hearing no question, I think each of us, like I said, did go through this very thoroughly. You did an outstanding job. Appreciate the fact that there was only one tiny little note put to it, which was addressed and handled just very simply. Excellent job. Excellent job to our financial and accounting departments for they're the ones who actually made this all happen and to allow us to have the good report. You're just the bearer of good news for their excellent work. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Vote.
Do we have to vote on
You have
receiving
to,
it?
you have to vote to
Need
accept.
you to vote to
Is there a motion
accept,
to
I'll
receive
move
it?
to
to
accept the report.
Motion is made.
Second.
Motion is made and seconded.
I'm sorry, who made the motion, please, Mr. Chair?
Dr. Lauer made it. Billy Wheeler seconded it.
Thank you.
Any objection to accepting the report? Hearing none, the motion passes by consent.
5-0 with.
5-0.
Yes, with Ms. Denny's and Mr. Patterson out of the room.
Yes.
I did have
A
a
comment?
brief one. I
Oh,
did have my little
geez.
buzzer on. Did you have anything else to say?
Just, the rest of the accounting staff are here, and I'd just like to say thank you to them personally and publicly
They-
on the record. They've done a
it
marvelous job, and they
makes-
do all year round.
Yes,
In
they
the
do.
background, doing their thing.
Yes,
Thank you very
they
much.
do. And thank you all. Thank you.
I've teased them for years when they present in Ormond, so they know me. And the rest of you may not know, and the rest of those listening or watching online may not know, but it's kind of a standing joke between myself and my friends out there presenting this report. But they do an excellent job, and it's all in jest, because if you have to take this stuff seriously, I'm sorry. No, we do take it seriously. Thank you very much. We'll move now. I have one quick item of housekeeping that I need to do, and I'll throw it in here right now. Apparently, I need a motion and a second to vote for the appointment of Heather Post to the Human Services Advisory Board.
I thought we did that.
Is there,
I'm already on it.
I'm
No?
just
Okay.
following the note. I thought so too. I was
I'll
given
make a
this note.
motion.
Billy Wheeler makes a motion to appoint you to the Human Services Advisory Board. Is there a second? Any discussion? Any objection to appointing Heather Post to the Human Services Advisory Board?
Again.
Hearing none, the motion carries by consent. Talk to Marcy.
It's just an advisory
Just
board that
advi- it's something
requires
that it-
council's action to appoint somebody on it.
So
That's all.
I thought I did it. It's okay.
We did that.
It's okay. It's done. We're going to move to item 7. A. We would move we'll go to I-7, yeah, real quick.
Clay?
Clay, sorry. Item 7. Clay
Okay.
Irvin.
Thank you very much, Clay Irvin, Growth and Resource Management. What you have before you is an item discussing 4 particular points. The first one, we would like to demonstrate to you how we currently are calculating and implementing an ordinance that pertains to impact fee exemptions. The best way to describe an impact fee exemption is kind of a checkbook. When you have a building that's in existence, you have a certain amount of traffic that's allocated to you that's out there in our road network. So that's what we are trying to calculate, is how much traffic you have and giving you, the credit for those trips, and we call them exemptions. This is in your agenda packet. It's on page 07-7. This is how we calculated it for the Daytona Beach Convention Hotel, which many of y'all are aware of as a redevelopment project on the beach side in Daytona Beach, in which case we've gone through and identified what was there previously. So this is setting up the deposit in our trip checkbook. So what you see is that there was an existing CVS at 12,000 square feet, and then 4 different hotels of varying size. We use the trip generation rates that we have in our impact fee ordinance to come up with, okay, this big project on both sides of this road generates a total of 2,140 trips. That means that these projects had that many trips out on our road network. So when they come in to redevelop that site, and they're looking to tear down those buildings and start anew, they're actually kind of deducting the trips that were there previously and now are rebuilding. And when they rebuild, they create new trips. So if you could span that down a little bit, then what you'll see is the trip that is generated by their new development. And so what you're seeing there is that they have residential condos, they have hotels, they have restaurants, they have meeting rooms that total 7,002 trips. We take and we give them the credits for what was existing, we apply the new trips, and we come up with a net of 4,862 trips. These 4,862 trips will have to count towards their impact fee, but we are giving them a trip-for-trip credit for the 2,140 trips. And this is important because now what we're being able to do is give them an incentive to tear down and redevelop their sites and get some sort of, just for lack of a better term, credit for what was existing on site. So therefore, they can take those 2,140 trips that were based on the existing use, apply it to their new development, and get some sort of reduction so there's an incentive to go forward and redevelop. So we wanted to make sure that you understood how we are doing this and also to give you some examples of one of these projects that we're using it on. We've used Daytona Beach Convention Hotel. Also included is a discussion about Mr. Zeller's property down in Edgewater, which is, again, a smaller piece of land near the city of Edgewater where he had buildings that were older, tore them down, and is now building back a new one, new single building at 10,400 square feet of manufacturing. So we're giving him credits for those trips that were associated with his older buildings. Also included is the calculations that we use for Daytona Rising, One Daytona, the whole Speedway redevelopment program, as well as what's happening over across the street. Because when we passed this ordinance back in 2016, we understood that this had to be geographically locked into those particular locations because that's where the trips were being generated from. But we also identified that it could go across the street as long as it was the master planned development. So what you're seeing is that between what's going over at One Daytona, Daytona Rising, and Daytona Live, an older project, that we wrapped all of these into it, we were able to come up with how many trips were being generated and how many will be used when they redevelop the sites. So those are provided for your information just so that you all understand what we're doing and how we're applying the ordinance that was passed back in 2016. The other issues that we need to have is some clarification on the implementation of that ordinance. First and foremost, we've received some questions about credits. Credits are different than exemptions. And I'm sorry about having to split the hair, but that's how it's written in the ordinance. If I come in and I realize that I'm developing a piece of land and there is a need for right-of-way or a new road, and I donate that land or I construct that road, the county gives me a dollar value based on the appraised value of the land and or the construction cost of that road. I now have a credit in that amount that will apply for future impact fees. The difference between a credit and an exemption is that a credit can be used throughout the particular impact fee zone that it occurs in. We have 4 impact fee zones. They basically are the northwest, southwest, northeast, and southeast portions of our county. One of the things that we're looking at is that as our county has matured and our regional roadway network has become more complete, it's going to be needed that we kind of increase the size of these districts. So we're hoping that we can go ahead and have the credits within 1 and 2 be shared. So therefore, if I have a credit from southwest, I can use them in the northwest. Conversely, if I'm up in, say, the Ormond area, which is the northeast area, I could use them down in the southeast area, which is near New Smyrna Beach. The whole reason we're doing that is to, 1, make sure we get credits where they need to go, which is primarily redevelopment areas. Second of all, it does bring down the actual amount of credits that are out in the market so that we can start collecting impact fees. Because we do need impact fees. Anyone who's been out on our roadway network understands that we need to start working towards that. The second issue pertains to how all of this is appealed. There was kind of a misunderstanding there, and so we want to make sure that there's a consistent way that if I, as the Growth and Resource Management Director, make a decision and a private landowner wants to appeal that decision, we have to be consistent in how we handle that. And so basically it would be coming through me with an ultimate appeal to the council if needed. Then lastly, ties into that exemption discussion we had earlier. When we have that bank of trips, we want to make sure you understand that we are applying it to the most expensive impact fee rate that would be charged for the redevelopment. And again, we're doing this because we see it as, an incentive for the development community to come in and bring in the type of uses that we would want to see in our redevelopment area. Two, it's providing for a quick and easy way to make sure the exemptions get utilized. And third, it provides us with a little bit of clarity so that way if someone comes in with multiple different types of uses, such as the Daytona Beach Convention Hotel, we know how to allocate it so that we can do it consistently. Those are basically what we have here. There's no specific action needed in regards to the examples that we provided to you in regards to how we calculated the exemptions. If there is some concerns, we would like to hear those, but basically that's how we're doing in the ordinance. We wanted to make sure that we vetted those so everyone was understanding how we could do it and there was clarity and a complete understanding. The other three items, we do need a motion from you to so that our legal staff can go ahead and draft the necessary ordinances to be presented back to you. So to just clarify is that the issues pertaining about sharing credits among the zones, how the appeals are processed, and how we apply the highest impact fee rate will be in an ordinance format that you will get another look at. So you'll have more of the details of how this is supposed to be carried out at a later meeting. We just want to make sure that we're going down the policy direction that you would like.
One quick question, Clay. I know you're talking about, I saw this in the report of zone to zone. Why couldn't you just do the transfer of credits county-wide and eliminate having to track whether it's from one to this to that?
The main issue is that east to west, there's not many county roads that provide that connectivity. So what you're seeing is the networks are very much bifurcated by the fact that we do have an east side and west side.
But if a person's holding credits that can be used in 1 or 4, why would that make any difference instead of making it 2 and 4? I think you had 2 and 4 and 1 and 3 and 5, or however you had them split up.
Basically, what we're seeing is that we're trying to make sure that the network that's on the east side, which consists of a variety of different county thoroughfares over there, and remember, this applies only to county thoroughfares, not to federal roads, not to state roads, and not to local roads.
Right.
So what we're seeing is that in order for us to be able to, first and foremost, make sure that the network, the impact fees are utilized towards the network where it's feeling the impact. That's why we're trying to keep it within the east-west regions. We're not averse to looking at the opportunity. We just feel that this is something that's a little bit more defensible and easier to.
What would be the downside of just allowing it county-wide? I mean, you only have a $500,000 or whatever the number is worth of credits out there, and those are going to run out, right?
Again, I'm going to go back to the whole, when the impact fee ordinance was initially drafted, we were trying to look at the whole county, then
Right.
brought it down into the districts, because again, the concern was that impact fees in a particular sub-region of the county needed to be kept in that sub-region.
Mr. Chair, I might be able to assist with that. If you were to go countywide, many of the credits, and some of them have been bought down, but there are some agreements out there still. Many of those credits and money would be spent on the east side of the county. If the credits are transferred to the west side, you would have less impact fees coming in on the west side, and the roads would all be on the east side of the county and no money to build the ones that are needed on the west side.
That's right.
Okay.
You risk unbalancing the.
And it's a rational nexus analysis. Can I tie where the money's being spent to the benefit that's being obtained from it? And it's a little harder to make that argument across the whole county. It's a lot easier to make it
Right,
east and west.
But the money's already been spent.
The road has been built.
And the money, from what I understand, of the transferring of the credits as such, has been spent.
No, well, a lot of them have been drawn down, but Timber Creek was just approved. So when the Minto development goes in and Timber Creek gets built from LPGA up to State Road 40,
Right.
that will be a very large impact fee credit that will not be drawn down by the Minto development completely. So if they were to sell those credits to someone on the west side who used it for development over here, let's say for the Arvida DRI that's out here off of Martin Luther King, then there would be no money collected on this
Okay.
side of the county.
That was just a question, could be
Good
yes,
question.
no. Ms. Wheeler?
No.
Mr. Patterson?
I think Dr. Lowry and I had a complaint from somebody, but I think it has to do with just the fact of impact fees and the amounts that are being charged, because some people feel that they're being overcharged for different things, so maybe that's a different discussion in itself.
Yes,
So,
sir.
yeah.
Yes, sir.
So what you're looking for today is direction on those three items to come back with an amendment for the,
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
You're agreeing to what they did in terms of the formula for the three examples he gave. That's important. And then to come forward with some legislation to try and make this effective in the future.
Right.
I will tell you that the previous council, when we did this was all about economic development in a way to help people without actual cash coming from us, but in a way that I think respected the issues they had.
okay, so what we need is a motion for them to come back with the revised legislation. Moved by Dr. Lowry, seconded by Ms. Wheeler.
Okay.
Any objections? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous, without objection.
Thank you.
Where's Donna at?
I'm guessing right now, as close as we're getting, you don't want to take an hour and a half lunch break.
No, I don't think so.
Am I correct?
Correct. Where'd Donna go?
We'll move to item 7A. This is a resolution to amend. the
Mr. Chair?
Oh,
Donna had to step out of the room for a minute. She's going to handle this. Could you go to item 8? And we'll come back.
item 8,
Yes.
Rick Carl, legislative update.
And Mr. Patterson agreed
To
that he
take
would,
this?
that he would give you an update. He has spent a lot of time at the state, and I think is probably better informed than any of the lobbyists as what we're up to.
So, Pat, it's up to you, sir. Surprise. Or maybe not.
No, Pat, why don't you give us an update, and then Rick, you can add in, and Arlene, anything you want to add in.
Which particular piece of legislation?
Any of the first of all, I thought one of the biggest one was on, well, Sunrail's a separate thing, but he can talk about Sunrail, but also about the request we put in for the airport, Williamson, a number of the other things that are on up there, special legislation affects home rule.
I probably want to talk to you about the airport thing first.
Rick, you want to start off?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Rick Carl, Director of Aviation and Economic Resources. We have been maybe it's good to, Arlene just got back from Tallahassee last night. She can run through some of the hot topics. The way we've been operating, we've got our lobbyist, Robert Stewart and Company, and they're working very hard, moving a lot of things around, and Arlene is backing up and has spent a lot of time in Tallahassee this session. And Mr. Patterson, because he has a place up there and is a former legislator, he's been sort of riding the point for all this stuff. So what we wanted to do, I actually put this on the agenda and requested it on the agenda just to talk about how you want during the session to be updated. Is that we're giving you these reports that Arlene is sending out showing the status of everything and what's changing. But if it's more helpful to have a formal presentation at the end of each meeting or the beginning of each meeting, how we can keep you informed.
I get a dozen a day.
Right.
In fact, I've already got the lunchtime report on the update. So That's just me. I get them, no formal presentation.
I read your updates, Arlene.
Okay.
You want to, you want to,
No,
you don't?
no, I read your updates.
Okay, so we,
If you
by
have a
sending
question,
out the updates,
like-
you're
Okay, that's fine. We don't need to do anything else.
Don't need anything for additional updates on that. It's helpful when Pat returns from his contacts, because he gets contacts information faster than we do.
Right. He's got a couple of comments he and I talked about.
Well, I think the biggest news that's happening is, we've been following the legislation regarding our elected department heads, and the Senate sponsor of that.
He messed up yesterday, didn't it?
Kind of got himself into a little bit of a jam.
That's an understatement.
And I'm sure that
Don't worry about it.
Representative Cusack will agree with me that when you screw the pooch, as they say, suddenly all your friends go hide someplace, and your bills suddenly die, and you lose your committee chairmanship. So I think right now any of those bills right there are pretty much dead for the time being.
I think it was supposed to have been heard yesterday, but it wasn't even heard, was it?
No, it was not.
Okay.
It was TP'd. It had been TP'd and temporarily postponed in a previous committee, and mainly because it was going to be a 3-3 vote, so that the Senator Mayfield temporarily postponed it so they could put it forward, and then that little event happened in Tallahassee, so things are changing. But they're going to be going to conference. We have some budget requests that are going into the conference committee, and that is where the House and the Senate will come together. There are a lot of dollars apart in what it is. There's about $4 billion difference between the House and Senate. So we've got right now we've got $5 million in on the Senate side for the airport and $3 million in for Williamson. So we're following those as they go through the conference committee, and I can't remember anything else. I mean,
Are they in the House?
Pardon me?
They in the House bill?
What's that?
Those two?
No, they're not. But the old rules, and you and I had operated on those, that you had to have money in both the House and Senate bills, and nowadays you just have to have money in one of the, whether it's just in the Senate or the House, and then they go to conference on it. So it is a little different than previous years. So it used to be if you were in the House and you didn't get your money in, but you got it in the Senate, you were dead in the water.
While we're on the subject of updates, I did receive a call of concern from Robert Stewart regarding a letter Representative Santiago had sent. I sent back to him saying that I would consider proposing to us term limits in the event that went to a constitutional election for the supervisor elections and so forth. So I've offered you to consider it. I don't know why he was looking for help for us to saying we would look. He didn't say we had to do anything.
Well, I think the letter was addressed to you from what I can see. And
I thought we all got it.
He said something to me about it. All of us got it, but he had talked to me.
Okay.
That he's on this thing about term limits for elected department heads, and thought that that's something that we as a council could put on the 2018 ballot, putting that on there because we, as a charter amendment.
I didn't get that part of it. I didn't understand. I thought he was wanting us to say we would.
He was wanting you to put it on the agenda for discussion.
He wanted to change that charter. He wants to do.
It's home rule.
Yeah.
Home rule.
Mr. Chair.
Home rule, enough said.
Mr. Chair, if you want to get your head chopped off, just go ahead and do it.
Yeah.
I just said I would mention it.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
when he had asked me, he said that he'd sent it to you, and I tried to check to see if you had gotten it, and so we made sure you had a copy. I really was more of the impression when I told our lobbyists that the best I could get to do was to tell you that it was in your in basket. But going from there, I think it goes the opposite way that the council's been, because this is exactly opposite of home rule.
Well, that went, and when I got it in March, I think that's what I thought, and I think that's probably, I hit the little thing that said for delete.
Yeah, that's probably all right.
Well, that's why I didn't recall it, because I didn't think it was probably worth doing
You've been
anything.
informed. I think that was the message.
I've been informed, and you've been informed, and that's it for that part.
Could we respond in the negative, draft a letter to respond? I think.
No.
No response.
I think
It's
the
been
way he put it
considered.
to me,
Don't
he
say
wanted
nothing.
to be considered, and it's being considered, and from that point.
We did it right.
But he felt he was carrying some amendments for us, and he felt like, if I do this for you, will you do this for me? And I told him he needed to contact you, not me. You know, he understood that I.
And you couldn't tell me you told him that, so that's how I found out the hard way. I got a call at 5:30 at night, having to. Ms. Post.
Why do you sigh every time you say that? No, I'm
Okay.
just teasing. Arlene, so I don't want to diminish you. I know you work very hard on the legislative updates for us, and is there something specific, especially as a matter of public record, something specific? You just came back from Tallahassee last night. Anything that you want to touch on?
Well, if I might clarify what Representative Santiago he's asked me about the letter, and I have not seen the letter, but he asked me, he said that he is not asking the county council to do anything in particular. All he is asking is that the county council have a discussion about the possibility of perhaps considering.
Let me enter in
We
again.
just did it.
We just did it,
Okay.
and
All right.
that was it.
And that's all he was asking for. He wasn't asking that anything be done. He just wanted a discussion about
But
it.
seeing as how you're our point person for the
Yes, thank you. And Patterson already mentioned about the constitutional officers one, and that one's really big. The super homestead exemption, I know, is one that Ms. Dennis has talked about, and the House has moved forward with that, but it doesn't look like it's going to go anywhere in the Senate. It's the
I
Senate
hope so.
is really not
Senate's not even taking it up.
keeping up
Wow.
with some of the
Not
things
even
that the
that committee,
House.
I don't think.
The other question that council had a week or two ago was about the DOT moving District 5 headquarters, or considering that. Representative Santiago filed an amendment in the committee last week to remove that provision, and had some discussion about it. And the Senate sponsor has agreed to, he's open to removing it. He has made no promises, but he's open to removing it. And the Senate sponsor of the companion bill has absolutely no interest in including it, and I'm not sure either one of the bills are going to go the distance.
Yeah, I think there was kind of an overreaction to that. The newspapers grabbed a hold of it, and they went wild. And you know, a lot of times you have to just stop and look at what's in the House and in the Senate, and there wasn't any mention of that in the Senate side of it. I got a lot of nasty phone calls from people thinking that, why wasn't I, loading my guns and marching out there when, it was going nowhere, quite frankly. I think it was a House member that was trying to get the attention of the Florida Department of Transportation, to get a little attention, and he got a little bit of attention, but more so out in the land area. Some people were really excited about it. And, when you think about that big old building over there, moving half of them out down to Bartow, it was a little scary, but it died about as fast as it came out. So we're okay right now.
One other project I wanted to mention was the Oak Hill Water Project. That Oak Hill is, the city has submitted that request, but it did get added into the Senate budget for $1 million, and we are working that because we're partnering with them on it. So we're working to try to keep that into the conference.
Oh, that's the only one that y'all mentioned that I hadn't even seen. I don't know why I hadn't seen that one.
It's Oak Hill is the one who submitted the request.
Right. We originally were going to do it, and then we turned it over to Oak Hill. They wanted to handle the whole thing. And I I called in somebody to get in touch with one of the House members who chairs a committee that bill was in, who happened to, the brother-in-law of that House member, so.
Well, Ms. Denny's actually helped us coordinate that because it made more sense for Oak Hill, who's a distressed community, to get the money. I thought that was a wise choice. That's why we include our money. But she pushed for that, was a good idea.
No, I'm glad that they got it. I thought that they were gonna get the extra 200 and something that we thought we were gonna get, or is that included in the
That's
deal?
included, and Ms. Denny's, you made my comment, we're going to do engineering is what we agreed.
Okay.
And that's a great project. That's something.
A good, real good project.
Yeah, that's a
And it's-
fantastic.
Hopefully that'll lead to a lot more money to take care of those septic.
And as a final, you may want to ask Mr. Patterson while I was in this vein, he just got back from Sunrail, and obviously that is a really big deal to us, and he made some inroads yesterday.
Yeah, on the Sunrail discussion yesterday, the last part of the meeting had to do with the 3 amendments that we have coming forward, as well as discussion on the transition program, where eventually, possibly, the commission taking over the operation of Sunrail with the Florida Department of Transportation still paying the bills up until 2021. And I made a motion to have a workshop regarding the amendments. I could not understand why they've had these things for 8 weeks and they want to discuss it some more, but so we're going to be getting a calendar and then coming up with the 5 commissioners and the Florida Department of Transportation to discuss those 3 amendments. I think there's a little confusion that they think that maybe they're going to have to end up paying more, and I don't think they want to maybe agree to let us off the hook at this point. So, but the next thing that came up had to do with the transitions, and of course they want $30,000 out of us. 4 of the 5 partners have already agreed to pay that. I basically told them until we get some answers on the 3 amendments, the council would probably not want to approve a $30,000 expenditure at this time. So that's being on hold right now. So I guess that's our ace in the hole to help us out at getting some discussion on that issue. So I guess I'd play a little hardball. So.
While you're talking about that, I did meet with the representative from Mayor Buddy Dyer's office, and I don't think he's inclined to hold us responsible for paying what we don't receive. Personally, that was, and you probably have heard that as well.
I've heard it from almost all of them, but if that was truly the case, we'd already have this done.
Yes.
And what they say is what he said, he relayed. They called me, I didn't solicit this meeting, is that they felt like Florida Department, not FDLE.
Yeah.
FDOT should have been involved, and I think that's all they wanted, and that's why they wanted to call the workshop to get them to weigh in on us. They're not going to hold us responsible, I don't think, for our 1.5 miles. They're going to hold us responsible for the other 11.5 miles. I don't think that they would hope they won't do that, but maybe that's what the workshop will determine.
We'll see.
Huh?
We'll see.
So
we could end up in court.
Thanks, Pat, for both of those. What?
I'm just making sure Arlene's done. I mean, we pay her for this job, so I want to make sure that she sat down because
The only other thing I was going to mention is that the CRA bills that you've probably been reading a lot about in the paper, they're moving through the House, but the Senate has no appetite, so
It's
not
going to die.
going the distance.
Yeah. But I get 8 or that's right. I get 8 or 9 a day, and I think you send us some occasionally, right?
I send once a week.
Once a week.
I know we get the updates, but it's her role, and she's here
Right.
on the agenda to speak, and I think probably the public, it's good to have it out in the public too, so.
Okay, we'll move to item 7A, the revised travel policy.
Thank you.
We've been waited with bated breath for this
Oh,
one for the
I'm
whole day.
sure.
Can we
I'm
move
going to
through this
ask
one?
Sue to put, what I did, the agenda includes a revised version of the travel policy. And what I've asked Sue to put on the screens that you can look at, I provided at least a visual so that you can see sort of
The
the
was
red
and
line
the is.
version to help you know what was added. See, we had one little bit added and struck out the provisions where notification needed to be made to the the county manager. County. Well, I'm hungry. County manager. So what we also added was another sentence I thought that would be of help, and this was suggested by Ms. Denny's. We added no pre-approval or advance notice shall be required for same-day trips or overnight travel undertaken for the purpose of attending events, seminars, or meetings hosted by an organization, association, or board of which the county is a member or a sponsor. So that clarified that particular item.
That's it?
That's it.
Now, do we need to adopt that?
Yes, I think you
Yes,
do.
Is there a
there
motion
is
to
a
adopt the
resolution.
revised?
The resolution, it follows it in the agenda item, but if you move approval of the resolution.
That's all you gotta do.
I make move approval of the resolution adopting the amended and restated travel policy.
Is there a second? Motion made and seconded. Any objection to the motion? Without objection, motion will pass unanimous.
No, sir. It's 5-0 with Mr. Lowry and Mr. Patterson.
You
out
didn't
of
know
the
who
room.
wasn't here?
Pardon me?
Sorry. Okay. Without,
5-0 with Mr. Lowry and Mr.
Okay.
Patterson out of the room.
there we go.
Thank you.
Now, the star of Tuesday's show, the main event.
Well, I don't know about that. Joanne Magley, Community Information Director, and we have 3 new events on our calendar, and they're highlighted on the sheet that was in your agenda packet. The first, we have our new artwork up on display at the Echo Gallery at the Ocean Center, and this is a collection of historical postcard imagery, and it features echo locales from all across Volusia County. On Friday, April 28th and Saturday, April 29th, we're going to be holding a household hazardous waste material collection events that's put on by our solid waste division. The time is 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. On Friday, it's in Ormond Beach at the Public Works Department, and on Saturday, it's at DeBerry City Hall, and folks can bring in things like old paint, solvents, automobile batteries, and chemicals, and things like that. And then lastly, on your update, in May, we will have the unveiling of the interpretive panels for the Mary McLeod Bethune Park, and that is Friday, May 19th at 10 a.m. The council will unveil 2 interpretive panels in New Smyrna Beach, and that'll be at 10 a.m. And the markers explain the history of Bethune Beach, which gave African Americans a place of their own when most Florida beaches were closed to them by segregation. So again, that's May 19th. Any questions?
You reminded him, right?
Joanne?
Yes.
Did you email, I think it just came out, regarding that event on the 19th, we may have to add some sound equipment and a few things.
Okay.
So
I haven't seen it yet, but we can do whatever we need to do.
You were included in that email that
Okay.
just came out. They're really excited about it. Thank you.
You're
That's
welcome.
a really great project. Thanks.
Billy? No?
Okay,
What?
thank you.
Ms. Post?
Joanne? I just wanted to say amazing job, and I wanted to tell the chair as well that, oh my gosh, the State of the County address, I've got so much great feedback about that State of the County address, and I know that this was our first one as a council, and I'm very excited about next year's, so.
Well, and I said it then, but without Betty and the entire staff of pulling everything together, and Betty just was like a pit bull on staff, Jeff and others, making sure it was done. And Joanne did an excellent job of creating the talking points and doing it was a good job all the way around. It really
The
was. So
enthusiasm in the room was just electric, I like that. It really was electric, and that's what we need
Yep.
moving forward. So
Thank you. It was a very big team effort all across the board, and we're very happy it came off well and that you're happy.
Thank you. We'll move to item 10, appointment to the Cultural Council nomination method. I don't have anything else other than,
Mr. Chair, Marcy Zimmerman, that is correct. This is at-large West Side nomination for appointment.
so that would be Ms. Cusack.
Yes, correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to nominate Robin Baraldo for the, that vacancy that had been created by Mr. Tom Roberts
Is
to
there
the
any?
Cultural Council.
She is, and I don't have that information. I nominated Robin Peraldo for cultural. Any objections? Hearing none, the motion is carried without objection, nominating Robin Peraldo for the Cultural Board at Large on the West Side. We'll move to item 11.
Mr. Chair, this is another nomination for appointment by Ms. Cusack. It's the last opening on the Halifax Area Advertising Authority.
And you, you must be catching what I have, Ms. Cusack. They can't find it. If you look at what I've got in front of me, you'd think I couldn't find anything anyway.
I can read it to you, Ms. Cusack. Okay.
Mr. Chair and members, I'd like to place the name of Mr. Richard Byrd.
Richard Byrd has been nominated by Ms. Cusack to serve on the Halifax Area Advertising Authority. Any objections? Hearing no objections, the motion carries without objection. And we'll move to item 12, believe it or not. And I understand there's one person who wants to speak. I don't have a card on that individual.
Oh, the citizen for public participation?
Did I go too fast?
No, sir, but he left. I have a feeling he'll come back
Okay.
to the next meeting.
So we can hold that to the next meeting. We'll move now to,
We still
I
have
think
item
we have
number
item 12.
okay, I just marked that off.
Yeah,
Sorry.
That was Ms. Denny, it's Ms. Denny's issue.
Yes. Ms. Denny's, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Beachside Redevelopment Committee overview, Mr. Deneen, did you pass that draft out?
Yes, I did.
So here's what the request is. Council, you can make your appointments today. You can table it or bring it back next meeting. Basically, what it is looking for a committee of stakeholders that will work together and look at the beach side of Daytona Beach, which just kind of amazes me. They're still approving tattoo parlors, but there you go. We'll appoint another committee to take a look to see what can be done over there. So, the composition of the committee, it's been suggested that the committee should be comprised of 3 cities that are affected. The 3 cities are Daytona, Ormond, and the Shores. Each council member, it's been suggested, shall appoint 1 person, while the chair and the at-large can appoint 2 each because of their positions in the county. And of the council members, they would like the appointment mix to be 1 from the Sons of the Beach, 1 a neighborhood association that's directly affected, the Halifax Area Chamber of Commerce, engineering or urban planning professional, and a hotel representative, and all appointments shall be Volusia County residents. Appointments can be done either at this meeting here, at the next regular meeting, whatever you choose to do, if additional time is wanted. The meetings will occur on county facilities, whether it's at the Ocean Center Lifeguard facility, wherever, and staff will be present to take minutes. It'll be noticed to the public and will be subject to the sunshine law. So whatever your pleasure is.
I had a thought on that, and one was that, but I think it's pretty well outlined as far as the composition. I was thinking maybe we wanted to put just a little blurb or something out for anyone who wanted to apply, or since it's outlined.
That was actually suggested too by staff, is that if the applicant,
Your call.
take applications through the county. Can you put it on the website, Mr.
What-
Manager?
Yeah, what we would thought you would do is, because this is kind of open, as you see, these are volunteer comments of people that want to be involved, so it didn't come from staff. I took what was given to us and put the bullets in. So I think these are already people that are interested. So some of these when they identified issues and what, you're getting public input right there on what they think might the problem be, and Ms. Denny's has been helping coordinate that. What I can have is Joanne's office and with the website, put a very simple, tell us your name, where you live, and if you're interested in being on this committee, so that you can let people know, and then maybe you'd want to draw. You don't have to limit yourself to that, but you could draw either from that group. But that way, a couple of you told me that already people have said to you, boy, I'd like to be on this committee. So before you made your appointments, maybe you ought to give people a chance to volunteer so you could know who actually is interested.
I've actually had emails back from before when we initially, was it last meeting or meeting before we discussed it?
Right.
I've had 3 or 4.
Well, you're also gonna have to take their, or ask for their classification.
Yeah, if they fit one of these categories.
Yeah. They're gonna have to check off at least one of these categories.
Okay, yeah.
And you tell us to do that, we can set it up, so beginning of next week, we'll put it on the website.
Any objection to just putting something like that, Deb?
That's fine, then bring it back at the next council meeting for appointments.
Can I make an appointment right now?
Sure. Why not?
Sure.
'Cause I don't know where
I'm
this
sorry.
thing is going. Blaine Lansbury,
It should be good. She's a hotelier.
yeah.
Okay, then I'm gonna appoint Miriam Diaby. I've got the engineering done.
You guys are getting your,
I had the Sons of Beach, Paul Zimmerman.
geez,
Please.
that's 3 appointments already made. Or at least, they'll come back, right?
Is Tony Grippa,
Huh?
has he been appointed?
Nobody?
Tony Grippa?
No?
I'd like to appoint.
I know he'd
Tony Grippa.
volunteer. I know he's going to volunteer.
All right.
I'd like to appoint Tony Grippa.
I do have my light on, Mr. Chair.
You got somebody?
I got my light on. I want to ask a question.
I'm sorry.
You just started.
I was just listening to people talking,
Yeah.
saying they had appointments
I
already.
just
Sorry,
want to know,
Ms.
is this an ad hoc committee, or is this a continuation of a committee? How long is this committee going to be in existence? Is
8
this,
months or
are we adding this on to advisory committees, or
It's
I mean,
just an
what?
ad hoc.
Is it ad hoc?
Create a white paper, time certain, drop dead date. Sorry, I used that term.
Special committee.
Special committee.
Under Robert's rules, special committee.
Special committee.
To have one job and then
They're done.
dissolved.
I'd like to appoint Charles Glickman.
Wow. You guys came prepared to put some names in. And you still get another one.
I have asked for a continuance on that second appointment,
Okay.
please.
So those appointments have been put forth. Do we want to go ahead and accept those appointments? Can we accept those now as a group?
Do we have those categories filled? I mean, you know,
Yeah.
we need to see which categories open.
You have 3 categories with those people that you named. You've already filled 3 categories.
Okay, so we've got the Sons of the Beaches on.
The engineering and the hotel.
Engineering, and what?
Who was on the Sons
Hotel.
of the Beach as well?
Hotel we have,
Lane Lansbury.
engineering,
Who was on the Sons of the Beach?
Paul Zimmerman,
Oh, Paul, okay.
and Halifax Area Chamber.
Oh, well,
You had the engineering, which was Miriam Gabi.
where's Tony Grippa?
He'd be,
What would he-
you could just have citizens, too.
He could be at large.
That'd
Well,
be,
that's
that'd be,
Blaine
that'd be
Lansbury.
Elaine,
Blaine Lansbury.
Blaine Lansbury, couldn't say it.
Okay, and let's see where we are on the cities. I know we have Blaine would be, but no, as far as the city, she's Shores, right?
Each city gets to make an appointment. Each city will make their own appointment.
Oh, really?
The Shores will make an appointment, Daytona Beach will make an appointment, Ormond Beach will make an appointment.
Makes sense.
They make the appointments, we don't. They get to choose.
Oh, I didn't see that.
They will make an appointment. So ours will be within these categories, and they have the ability to appoint.
It sounds like then that we need to get the list, the names that have already been submitted to the cities, to Daytona, Shores, and Ormond, so they don't.
We have 2 appointments.
Right, I still have 2, you still have
I have 1.
1 left. And is that all that's left? No, Fred.
What I would suggest we do is, based on what Ms. Denny said, is probably would not hurt us to write a letter to each one of the cities asking them to appoint somebody to the committee. That would be your 3 right there. Let them appoint somebody. We'll go on the web if you'd like and say anybody else that wants to volunteer. That way you'll find out if there's other candidates. And that way, at least that way, nobody can say they didn't at least get recognized that they might want to be on the committee. And then you can make the final appointments next week.
Well, I think the cities need to know the ones that have already been listed, is what I'm saying.
We'll let them know that.
Okay. So as far as that goes, this is not a formal appointment, or it is? Do you need a vote on this, Mr. Patterson? Do we need a vote on this?
What?
For these that have already been put in nomination? I'm looking to you for help.
Why don't we just nominate, and then at the next meeting, just validate everything? And
I think the first thing you probably need to do, and so the chair has called for a special committee. Is that what you've done?
You want me to do that?
We did that already,
The
right?
chair will,
We already did that.
normally, the chair would make the appointment and would choose the person who is going to be the chair of the group, the special committee. Or unless you want to let them decide who's going to be the chair.
I am not going to micromanage this group. I think they can organize themselves.
That's fine.
Let's let them organize themselves and see what direction they choose to go.
Okay. We have 5 names put into nomination. 1, 2.
I'm not going to.
You nominated.
Maybe you all had this discussion last time. What precipitated this meeting? Where did you?
You weren't here.
You weren't here.
I know that.
Miss Denny's actually was the author and brought it up.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
This is the same suggestion the chair brought up several times. I had a call from Tony Grippa. Actually, I called him. I said, okay, Tony, because I said I would. What's going on? What are you looking for? He explained to me that they're trying to put a group of stakeholders together, people that are genuinely concerned in the community, beachside community, and want to come to the table and see what they can do creatively. I said, here's my only requirement. You do not talk about taking cars off the beach. That is not an option, number 1. And number 2, the second thing is the county is not engaged at all in funding this project. I think they're going to be looking at grant monies. They just want to put some new minds and some new eyes to an issue that is plaguing our area. And I think after talking with him, and I think it's about time that we get some fresh eyes and new vision, and not the same old stuff we keep seeing, and tattoo parlors getting approved in that area. So I support it 100%. We have nothing to risk. Let's put it that way, Joyce. I was concerned that we would get pulled into something that we would be responsible for or have to oversee. But other than meeting at a county property and staff doing minutes, that's it. We're not even buying lunch like we are at the round table.
so this is only, when you say beach side, you're just talking Daytona beach side.
Daytona, Ormond, yeah.
But
and-
not New Smyrna.
No.
This
North of Dunlop.
What is it?
The Shores.
Beachside Daytona.
Daytona Beach.
Beachside Daytona.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not New Smyrna Beach.
Okay. Dan?
Mr. Chair, if I may, is the committee to deal with the issue of vehicular access fees? Is that a topic for discussion?
No.
or-
No.
It's
Make
a,
it clear.
it's a, I'm guessing it's going to be an economic development white paper for the beachside area, including Ormond Beach, Daytona Beach, and Daytona Beach shores.
But beach policy is,
It's not necessarily beach policy.
no, but I'm trying to say if it's inbounds or out of bounds for the committee. In other words, are you asking them to talk about the tolls or what are ramps or the
I'm
like?
not, I don't think anybody has asked them to speak about anything specifically. What I have asked is they don't touch beach driving. You don't.
And I'm trying to ascertain what beach driving, to clarify the scope of beach driving. What issues are, when you say,
Cars off the beach is what she's, I think.
Taking cars off the beach. And here's the bottom line too, with the understanding, they can give us a white paper, we can say thank you and file it in a round file too. There's no guarantee
Right.
of performance.
Can I add, Mr. Grippa called me.
Right.
In trying to, in all fairness, Deb brought this up, originally you had talked about this, and so he said, Jim, just so people have some feel, everything he talked to me about was putting some new eyes on redevelopment and economic development.
Right.
I didn't see one negative, I talked to Deb about this, we didn't see one downside, it wasn't a commitment by us, they appreciated that we would do the minutes, give them a time, place said, they were gonna give you a white paper with just some ideas. He never mentioned anything about the beach or the ramps and everything, so I assume he got the message that that was not what we were talking about. And that the one thing that he talked to me about that he thought the county was uniquely qualified for is he believed that there may be grant opportunities that normally the city might have gone after, but either haven't gone after or don't feel they want to go after or can't, because the county has to be the recipient even if they went after it. And so he said if they identify those, then he may bring that forward. I know he talked to Ms. Denny's about maybe we could, get a grant or something we hadn't planned on if they want to, and we'd have to have Daytona Beach coordinating with us, but there may be an opportunity. So that's everything he told me, and everything sounded extremely upbeat.
Okay.
And what this also was in connection with everything, it's like while the iron's hot, let's strike because of all the investment we already made, which is the Ocean Center, the new hotels and all that.
And while he's waiting and not working right now, I'm willing to put the time into it, which is also nice. So we will just complete everything with the appointments at the first meeting in May.
We'll put something on the website that you can volunteer.
Right.
You can tell people that's all they have to do to sign up. We'll make it very simple.
So we're finished with that. We're ready now to move on, and we have Ms. Dennis to start.
We're into council member comment times.
I guess we're there.
I just have one comment that I think we need to address policy-wise, council, if you choose to, and that's on our agenda. Not so much the changes, because I understand revisions and things happen. It's the agenda process. It used to be that the chair would attend the agenda conference meeting. I believe Mr. Bruno was there. If Frank wasn't there, if he could not be there, I know for a fact another council member would be there. And then the agenda went out.
Are you not a part of putting the agenda together?
No, I'm not.
I mean, no, the chair?
This is.
You wanted to change that?
Well, no, I think we should change it because of what happened in the headlines that we made this past week. And here's the thing, when the agenda gets sent, it's got to have a finality. What I'm looking for, Mr. Manager, is that when that agenda goes out, it's got your approval at the end of the day, and it has the chair's approval. That's our safeguard. This is what we do as council members. This agenda and what we do here, this is what we're tasked for with the issues in the budget, and we all take it very seriously. So we talk about travel policy, council members, between us tightening up our policy. I think we need to tighten up how we handle the agenda conflicts.
Let me just step in here real quick. I've attended every agenda conference. I sat with Mr. Deneen. We said there's going to be one thing on item 3 on the agenda, and that was all it was going to be.
Right.
There was Clay Irvin wasn't there to show us. That's the one thing I don't like is I don't have backup material to look at. I have not missed a single meeting. We spent time on that, and you told me exactly what was going to be on it.
Right.
I mean, I'm there.
And
I mean,
like I mentioned,
and that's what I was told
like I
was going to be
mentioned,
on it.
that was all signed off. That's why I was surprised. And I'm looking at the whole process now of how we connect things. So this was a human error where something was connected, and when they brought it up, and Marcy brought it up, this thing had inadvertently been connected to it and somehow came forward. So the fact was, what I sent, you saw the thing I sent to you, I made a decision. The chair knew what we were doing. Mr. Irvin knew exactly what we were doing. It was that got attached. Now, our issue is, how did something get attached that should not have been attached electronically?
No, here's I understand all that. Without getting into the weeds on it, Mr. Manager, here's what I'm looking for in the very basic component. Before that hard copy goes out to council and to the public to be online, whose eyes go across that? Because if you had just seen it on the front
looked
deck
at it.
page, on the deck 3, it talked about taking
Every-
cars off the beach.
This is so complicated with all these documents, and they all don't come at the same time, that we all have responsibilities, and everyone, it goes through Donna, it goes through George, it goes through all the stuff, it goes through. What happened in this case is it cleared everybody, and when Marcy put it on, and we're trying to understand how that happened, okay, was that somehow the system electronically did not dump that, and it pulled that back up, and no one caught it. And Mr. Irvin will say he should have caught that, and he took responsibility. So we put into a new process, and as for myself with the chair, I really do kind of like I did. We moved the meeting up. That's the other thing. Used to be Wednesdays. We moved it up to Tuesdays, and then I go through the whole thing with the chair, one-on-one, and we really do.
Okay, so I guess this is what I'm going to reiterate. When the agenda goes out, so who has the final eyes on it before it goes out?
It depends on a lot of us. I mean, the law department looks at it. Every director is responsible for their stuff. Dan's responsible for all his stuff. Donna's responsible for all the money. I'm not. We do have good eyes, and we put out thousands of these. We made a human error that nobody understood how it could happen.
Mr. Manager, this is what I'm asking. The final document, and I get that. I understand that the revisions, I don't even have a problem with the revisions. I understand that. What I'm asking is, when that agenda goes out, you take a look at that final hard copy as a whole, because we have pieces, because we have to do this.
Well,
Okay.
let me put it this way. If
the
we found a
issue-
mistake, I figured out, we all think we know how it happened. My job is to make sure it doesn't happen again. But like in this case, and Ed knows, he and I knew exactly what was supposed to be on there. I think we were both flabbergasted. But the fact of the matter is, we found a flaw in our system. In other words, even after I would have looked at it, this could have got attached. I didn't know that could happen. No one knew on our staff it could happen. It never happened before. We figured out a flaw we have in the system. I'm actually having IT review the whole system, because it's a very complicated system, to see if we can make sure. You're right, I apologize for it, it's my responsibility, but it's so much material, so many eyes on it, that you can make a mistake. But I will tell you right now that the chair and I think have a good relationship on looking over that agenda.
And it wouldn't have happened if somebody hadn't have put material in that neither one of us saw.
Because it was never supposed to be.
But here's,
see the light
in the
of
way
day.
I know I don't like to bring up Warma Beach, but the person who prepares the material for the backup signs off on it. Then the department director signs off on that backup material as well. Now, somebody didn't know that backup material was supposed to be in there, and that was the robot.
That in this case, Mr. Irvin, this is when it got by him. The director's supposed to look at it.
And I would have bet $1 million that he would have never had anything like that get through his
It won't happen
computer.
again, won't happen to me, won't happen to him. And I found out a flaw in the system. Deb's right, we gotta check these things. But we found a glitch in the system we use we did not know exist. And it had to do with how we took an item off. And somehow I didn't know the computer system could have put it back on. And so we're now finding out to make sure it
And
never
all of
happens.
this would not have happened if we hadn't been as accommodating to the Shores in January.
You know,
Okay, right?
You know,
I mean,
thank
true.
you. Billy knows exactly. We
Sorry,
did this
Billy.
to keep from
But
having an
that's
issue.
what happened, because that would have been gone.
We did not want, it was crazy what they gave us. We were really trying to have a good relationship with them. They started to get antsy, and we held off, because if they were going to kill it, why would I put it on?
Right.
I was trying to make that happen. No good deed goes unpunished, okay?
Okay.
But what the good thing was, we found out something in our system we did not know existed. We didn't know something could float out in the Ethernet and get connected
But
back
I
on.
just don't want any understanding or misunderstanding that I'm not there every
no.
time for the agenda from every
I
single
just
item.
wanted to
Okay.
make sure that the process,
The process was right.
Right.
I think she's saying, who's the final proofreading edit person? Who is the final,
For each item, it would be the person
mul-
that
it's-
signs off
it's-
on
the
it.
whole thing?
It's
Final
multiple
proofreading.
people, because
I think that's what
I
she's
would not
asking.
know every item in every finance thing or every law thing, so everybody has a piece of the final item. What we didn't know was that something that we never saw could get connected back on. We now fix that. But we learned a lesson, that we didn't know that was possible.
But what a thing to get messed up at
Oh.
the time. Anyway,
Well, especially when you're trying to do
both of y'all took it.
the worst part is when you're trying to do the nice thing. It's like, we got a problem over something where we were trying to be the good guy. you
Mr.
know?
Patterson.
Yo, what?
Yeah.
Yo. Alf. You're doing yo, Alf.
I did everything earlier except for one thing, and I'll just turn this over to staff. I've got a request from some people about a safety issue, speeding area, and they want some kind of speed maps put down, so whatever. George, it's yours.
Okay.
Love you. Take care. Be cool. Live long and prosper.
Yep. Ms. Post.
I don't have anything today.
Ms. Wheeler. I've already
Just-
got you marked off, sorry.
Just an update on the Memorial Bridge, the plaza. Just give you a little bit more information. We are looking like we're going to have Daytona Rotary will be volunteering to work with the BRIC program and assemble the people to handle that. And the money will be going into the county COFR, but they'll be kind of organizing that to help us with it. And so we're going to be meeting with them probably within the next 2 weeks to finalize that. So we're moving forward and getting the plan started. Once we get everything in line, then I'm going to be coming back to all of you to present it wherever you need to present it. And I'm excited about that. And the one thing I did want to ask, when we have public participation at the very beginning, and they bring up, like this lady was bringing up about a sidewalk, does someone follow up with that?
We always do.
Okay.
We always do. There's no way a lot of times, as everybody knows, to address those in a meeting, and that stops
Right.
everybody else from speaking.
Right.
But we get back with people, we always do.
Okay.
Because their requests and concerns are on the card.
Yeah,
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure that they're
Right.
not just speaking in the air. Thank you. That's it.
Ms. Cusack. Billy. Huh? Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is a Embassy of Hope charity fundraiser, and I would like to propose that we would become a gold sponsor or a silver sponsor. It's the Vince Carter Charity Gala, and we've been sponsors the last years, and I would recommend that we would be a silver sponsor for $1,700.
Okay.
Joyce, when is that, do you know?
That is Saturday, August 26th at the Shores Resort. So I don't know if the policy, if you bring it this time and you would have a chance to look at it, or what do you?
What we would do, this is the way we do it. You bring it up, and then I'll put it on the consent agenda, unless I hear somebody here saying, don't put it on or we want to talk about it.
Okay, that'd be good.
that agreeable then, that we could do that?
So it goes on the consent agenda and it'll be done.
And I also would like to propose that there is a proclamation for Volusia, for volunteers of Volusia Pines Elementary School Day. If there is anyone that objects to having their name attached to that,
Good.
that's it. Thank you.
Ms. Wheeler?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I neglected to mention one thing on the Veterans Memorial Plaza. I have talked with the staff, and I think this does fall into the absolute perfect use of an ECHO grant. So we're going to be pursuing two different ways, through the veterans or through the park, for next year for an ECHO grant for this plaza. This certainly fills all the categories, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I'd hope to be out of here by 3 o'clock. I will make no comments, and we'll have to adjourn this meeting. Oh, no, I can't. I've got other people to speak. I always forget about you guys down
We
there.
want to have.
Okay.
No comments.
Dan?
Nothing, sir.
Well, now it's 3:03. I just took another minute. I do want to thank all of you for working with us on starting the meeting at the time that we did. It kept me from going through 2 school zones. Traffic was different than at this time of morning than the other times of the morning. I'm not saying good or bad, but it was different. And I don't think we could have gotten through today with all the last minute things we had this morning. But thank you, and the meeting is adjourned at 3:03.
And I'll say real quick, Cracker Day Rodeo, the 29th. Get yourself over here in DeLand. It is a huge event. Huge. Heather said that she...
Are we adjourned?
We are adjourned.
Thank you.